Our story begins with an ambulance was taken off at this hospital and 4 doctors immediately rushed inside together with Young's body, which was full of bruises and blood. As what they observed, Young's condition is getting worse. His hands fell to the side as he was losing consciousness. There were policemen who came with the ambulance where Young was carried. They sighed as they felt sad about what happened to the kid. When they entered their police car, their radio rang and someone informed them. There are eyewitnesses reported 8 suspects, all wearing school uniforms. It was a total of 6 boys and 2 girls. And upon checking their uniforms, it was confirmed that those students are from Nun'Gwang Middle School. And this is the school where Roman 11 Young was enrolled. Both policemen were shocked that the bloody mess was done by just middle schoolers. They cannot believe it since they saw Young was nearly dead. And because of this, they then decided to catch those students. Other than that, the man in a white suit asked if they will deal with the press, and the man in black squeezed his eyes and casually answered yes. They then go to catch the culprits themselves. In the present day, Young found himself floating in the air, and he heard a voice of a lady calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he saw his aunt who looked worried for him. The lady held his hand and asked if he was already awake. Young didn't respond, but he knows in his mind that it was his aunt. There was already a bandage on his eyes since the doctor put it. After he cried furiously at this time, he still wondered where he is. All of a sudden, he saw the culprits mocking him while he was lying in bed. His sweat dropped from his forehead as he was terrified. He was catching his breath, and his aunt was worried for him and continuously calling his name. Young was struggling to death as he was traumatized by what happened to him. The doctor and a nurse then entered the room as fast as they could, and the doctor of Young injected him with a sedative to calm him down. Young finally simmers down, and this had happened to him several times. His eye was still open a little, and he saw his aunt discussing with the doctor. He witnessed how worried his aunt to him, and the doctor informed the lady that he administered a sedative to Young. So he concludes that Young is okay now. His aunt was still worried that he will not wake up again anymore. Don't worry, it'll be okay for now. Didn't I already tell you he should be waking up soon? The doctor answered okay. He's been in a coma for 9 months, I've just been worried. Young's aunt responded. Upon hearing it, Young realized that he was lying in bed for the past 9 months without waking up. When he woke up after, the doctor injected him with a sedative. And this lady is his aunt. According to the lady, she thought Young would never get out of the coma. But now she was relieved that after 9 long months, Young finally woke up. Since then, she was praying that Young will never give up. While she was talking, Young was still not completely on his senses. His aunt mentioned that she could never forgive those who murdered Young's father and mother. At this point, she already expecting Young to be mad at her. She was trembling in anger while saying that she sued those people. She did everything she could, and even if they dealt with the detectives and prosecutor, she believes that Young's father will stay dead. Upon hearing her statement, Young started crying. His aunt wiped out his tears and said that she wanted those murderers to be punished. She could accept the results and believes that Young's mom would have agreed with her. But they managed to reach a deal with the 8 people who did this to Young. At this point, Young can't still utter any words. According to his aunt, those students who make Young suffer were all suspended. The homeroom teacher and the superintendent were also temporarily dismissed. But still, it wasn't enough for them. Young's father and mother were both very kind. And for his aunt, the punishment those kids were given would never be enough. She was shaking in anger and felt down as she recalled the incident. She did everything to get justice. She made flyers she posted on the web, and she tried to petition. She used all of her contacts and tried her best to let the people know. But she couldn't have known. Even after what she did, the news and articles could still not be made. The police were even powerless, and prosecutors overlooked it. She said that those who wanted to help were all chased away and eventually got in trouble. It was then she learned the power of having an influential family. The police, inspectors, and reporters were all playing in the palm of those people, and she concludes that Seong will never get back what he lost, and the suspension of those delinquents has already passed. He then asked his crying aunt about what had happened to his parents. Although his aunt was struggling, she poured out and talked. She started crying while thinking about how Roman 11 Young's parents felt. Roman 11 Young's mother and father were both burned alive in front of Gwangwoman. After they were both poured with gasoline, burned, and had their bodies charred, and his aunt could do nothing. She was powerless in front of it, especially since the fire was too large. Roman 11 Young was dumbfounded upon hearing it. His eyes continuously fall, and he was hoping that this was just a dream. He cried loudly while catching his breath, and the only thing he heard is his aunt calling his name. He was hoping that he was just sleeping and everything was not true. Because of thinking so many things, he becomes terrified and screamed as loud as he could. His aunt let him watch his burning father since there are some people recording on their smartphones. When the incident happened, his mom embraced his burning father, and 2 months had passed since the funeral of his 2 most important people. While he was just sleeping, his aunt said that those criminals got punished and went to juvie school. His aunt smiled while saying that those police, prosecutors, and the media all wanted to punish them. Aside from that, the lady stated that these students were all investigated and even the public was scared. At first, it was 6 months of juvenile school, but there was pressure from the internet and media, so it was moved up to 2 years, the lady uttered, and she also let Si Young know that the superintendent, school principal, and the supervisor of Young were all dismissed. Eventually, the parents of those culprits also held a joint conference to improve public opinion. But the public didn't sink so easily. When the video of his parents spread, the people witnessed the gruesome scene, and the video got a total of 7 million views and counting. While Si Young is in a coma, even the president came to visit him, and the whole country was excited. Si Young is just an ordinary plane who has nothing and couldn't do anything for his parents. For him, it was compensation for taking their own lives. 2 years after, the landlord of where Si Young stayed talked to an old lady below the building. The old lady is a new renter and is willing to contact the owner once she faced any problems with her stay in this apartment. Upon hearing this, the landlord's mood instantly changes. He said that the lady should not reach out to the owner, and he claimed that he is the one in charge of acting on behalf of the building owner until the end of the contract period, since this is the relation to housing. The old lady was still insisting as she wanted to say hello to the owner, and the landlord told her that the owner hates meeting people. The lady was confused upon hearing this, and the landlord instructed him one thing as a precaution. He said that the owner of the room she rented is using the rooftop room, and the rooftop room is highly prohibited, which means she cannot enter or exit from the stairs on the 5th floor leading to the roof. She will not be able to go up because it is locked with an auxiliary iron gate. Do you have any inconveniences? If so, you can cancel the contract now. The man uttered, and the lady was terrified by his serious look, so she didn't say anything at all before leaving. The landlord smiled widely at her and was glad that the lady understood what he said. He hopes that only good things will happen from now on. They both then bid goodbye to each other after their discussions on the rooftop. Roman 11 Young was clicking his mouse fastly as he was facing his computer. He is the one that the landlord mentioned to the old lady, and he was living in this room. After he was discharged from the hospital, his room was full of garbage and it was too dark. Only his computer gave a light inside. He was typing on his keyboard and was searching for some information about Xinjiang Group, a business that was already running for 5 years in the industry. He also searched for a person named Zhang Zhongchul on the web, and it says that this person resigned as the representative of Zhang's law firm because of his child's involvement in a school assault. Another piece of information he is searching for is the Blue Wing Media, and lastly is the Stars. All of the information he searched are connected with the murder case of his parents, as he knew that those criminals have able to escape since their parents are people with a high background. Roman 11 Young was seriously reading the article, but his phone suddenly rang, and when he looked at it, he instantly saw his picture of the time when he was a baby, and he was carried by his father while his mother is beside them. Upon seeing it, he felt sad as he misses his parents so much. Instead of answering the phone, he decided to ignore it, but it continuously rang and someone sent him several messages. When he was about to stand, he heard someone knock on the door and he was emotionless. While walking towards it, he heard a voice asking him to open the door. "Is it wrong to write 1 minute instead of 10 minutes?" his visitor said. The person even offered of calling the hospital if she wanted to see his teacher. His visitor is a lady who was standing waiting for him to open the door. Si-young then opened the door and he instantly covered his eyes as he saw the light from the sun and he was not used to it. The lady then went inside and was complaining about why Young chose to stay on the rooftop. When Si-young closed the door, the lady was annoyed and asked him to on the light. Si-young then followed what she was asking for and lady saw several bags of garbage inside the room. "Hey, you need to live like a human, like a person." "What is this?" she said with annoyance, and Si-young only sighed. The lady walked towards the computer and asked what Si-young is doing, but then she didn't expect an answer from Si-young, and he instantly informed Young that she have a blind date, so they need to quickly finish checking Young's condition since she was. So Young just looked at her without giving any response. His nurse was slightly lean her on the table. While asking about the arms, legs, back, eyes, and headache of Si-young and everything of these, Si-young answered that it still hurts a little. The nurse then recorded it on the note, and she also put 140/100 on the blood pressure of Si-young. She then sighed as she was sad to see Si-young still wasted and seems no care of himself. The nurse reminded him that he should stop what he was doing to himself, and she said that it's been 2 years already, and both she and Si-young's doctor were about at their limits letting this go on. While she was talking, she noticed that Si-young is not listening to her. Si-young is typing a message on his phone, and his nurse received a text message coming from him. When she read it, it makes her annoyed out, shouted at Si-young that she didn't say all these good things to him just to get paid. She was just worried that Si-young will be stuck this way. Si-young stared at his nurse, and his nurse was irritated at him and decided to walk away. "Even if you don't go back to school, at least take a step outside, right?" she uttered. She was hoping that Si-young will have the confidence to meet some people again for his own good and recovery. She then opens the door and leaves Young behind. But still Si-young doesn't care at all. He continues to sit on his computer and connected his phone. He opens an app with the logo of F, and when he tried to access it, he immediately checked the private chat of the people he knows the most. But he wasn't able to enter as he was restricted and also prohibited from accessing it. Roman 11 Young then tried it on his computer and have done troubleshooting to open it. And when he looked at his phone, he successfully opened the private chat, and it was the chat of his parents' murderer. Upon reading it, he found out that 5 of these people were now in the US and were hoping that they can be able to go back to Korea. They were also careful not to let other people know where they are right now. After reading it, Si-young slammed his phone on the table and stood while gritting his teeth. Because he still remembered what these people did to him back then. He turned around and decided to lie down on his bed. While he was lying, he was panting rapidly. He felt sad and in pain for so long, and he cannot let it go. Above the roof, Si-young can be seen at the same time. Something flashing going toward the earth. It was a long sword coming from the other world, and it unexpectedly landed on the rooftop of the building where Roman 11 Young is staying, and it creates a huge explosion. Si-young immediately woke up and was startled upon hearing a loud noise. He instantly stood up and was terrified as he was very sure that the sound didn't come from below, and it sounds like something striking into something. Roman 11 Young slowly walked towards the door and was still confused about what it is. He even thinks that it might be a thief or those people who bullied him to death while thinking these thoughts. His chest was suddenly in pain. His sweat dropped all over his body and his hands were trembling. Nevertheless, he decided to face his fears and continuously walk towards the door. His door has several locks to open it, and when he finally unlocked it, there was a dazzling light coming from the outside. When Si-young opened it wide, the light was blinding him, but he forced himself to stare and check what it really is. His eyes rounded, and he was flustered as he saw a flaming sword that was stuck on the floor at the rooftop. Si-young was standing still, staring and wondering about where the sword came from. He has a lot of questions, including who's the owner of this sword, why it landed in front of his room, and how it happened. He was full of confusion as he cannot think of an answer. He went near the sword and observed it. It was like a sword that he usually saw in the online game, either a two-handed sword or a Zweihander. The sword is taller than him, and he noticed that it doesn't look like it's in that deep, and he concludes that it may be loosely stuck. He was confused about how it's stuck since the door to the stairs is still locked. He was thinking so much. But nothing comes into his mind, so he screamed out of annoyance. The people below the building were startled upon hearing him. Roman 11 Young continuously screamed while holding his head. He sighed and decided not to get curious about this sword and just ignore it. He turned around and went inside his room. He walked towards his bed and lay down again as he decided to just ignore his confusion about this new Excalibur legend. Stuck on his roof, Si-young slept again while the sword outside his room suddenly made a loud noise. He heard a drumbeat which made him irritated. When he opened his eyes, he saw a knight playing a horn together with several knights stomping around, and Si-young found himself in the middle of them. He was sweating as he was frightened and confused. What makes him more shocked is seeing different kinds of monsters. There was also a man wearing a cape standing in the front and fearlessly facing the monsters. One thing he noticed is the sword that was stuck on his roof. He saw that the man in front of him is holding it. As he was about to think of it, there was like a strong wind sipping him in, which made him unable to react. He did his best to hold back until the strong wind disappears. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked upon seeing those monsters stuck to the sword like a magnet. There was also a flame in his surroundings. He was staring closely at it, and his sense suddenly came back to reality. He was looking around and confused about what just happened, and then he realized that he was just dreaming. But then he heard a loud noise again coming from the outside. He stood and concludes that it maybe not be a dream. He walked towards the door and checked it himself, and he was flustered seeing the sword up in flames again. Surprisingly, the flames suddenly grew stronger. Literally a sea of fire. Roman 11 Young covered his face with both of his hands and immediately rushed inside his room to get some water. He grabbed the pail of water, but he was too weak to pull it as it was too heavy. Decided to lessen the water, and when he finally carried it, he immediately went back outside and rushed to the sword to spill the water on it, hoping that the flame will disappear. But still, the flame continues, which made him annoyed, and went back to his bathroom to get more water. He was screaming out of annoyance, but then he was able to put out the fire after how many minutes of splashing some water on the sword. His hands looked so weak. After carrying a pail of water several times, he was trembling and tired. When he started to stand up, his body was in pain and he was shaking as it hurts a lot. When he looked behind him, he saw a hose and a faucet, and because of it, he was irritated once again as he was so tired carrying the pail of water from the bathroom. After 4 days, the time is around 12 midnight, and Si-young woke up after taking a nap. He gets up and yawns. He took a deep breath and walked towards the door. Upon checking the sword, it was flaming again, but he was a bit used to it as it happens 4 days in a row. As usual, he on the faucet and grabbed the hose to put out the fire. At this moment, he was thinking about where the drum beat is coming from, as he always heard it when he woke up. And up until this time, he was still curious about this fire and the sword that always appeared. All of a sudden, he was staring into the sword, hoping that he can get an answer. But still, he cannot think of any reason. The next day, he heard the drumbeat again. He wanted to sleep more, but he can't because of the noise, and this makes him furious. Another day has passed, but Si-young is not on his bed or on his room. He was outside staring at the sword, waiting for the flame to appear to answer some of his confusion. 12 midnight have passed and the sword was shaking. He then grips into the hose and saw the fire start to arise. Before the fire becomes strong, he immediately splashes the water on the sword and the fire went down. But still, in just a few seconds, the fire came back and Roman 11 Young did the same thing. He then smiled. When the flame was gone, he went into his computer and searched for some information on how to get rid of this flaming sword. After how many hours of searching, he gladly found a possible answer. He went back outside, standing in front of the sword. When the sword is shaking, Si-young then ready the things he needed: a cross and holy water. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, Amen. He uttered and sprayed holy water on the sword. He was silent and observing the things that will happen. But unfortunately, the flame still appeared, which made Roman 11 Young startled. He grits his teeth and tried some ritual again, as he thought that the sword was owned by Satan. He continued spraying holy water until he began to feel tired. Due to his annoyance, he threw the holy water in the holy cross, as it was not working at all. But the good thing is that the fire goes out during the day and was only burning up just a while ago. He looks up above while thinking that he will suppose to experience this flaming sword again tonight. He was annoyed, and he clenched his fist as he cannot take it anymore. He was staring at the sword and vowed that he will finish this sword today. He then gets some tools as he decided to destroy the sword. He grips his hammer and smiled as he thought that his hammer can really finish this mysterious sword. He breathed deeply and rushed to the sword while still holding the hammer. At this point, he hit the sword with all his strength. But surprisingly, the sword remained fine and his hammer was the one that got damaged. When he looked at his sword, he was annoyed to see that his hammer didn't even leave a scratch on this mysterious thing. His sweat was dripping, and he rushed inside his room to search for another thing that can possibly break the sword. When he comes out, he was already carrying a bat. He focused on the sword again and grips on his bat. He screamed loudly and hit the sword with the bat, hoping that it will break this time. Upon hitting the sword, his bat bounced back and hit his face. The bat spun above and Roman 11 Young fell on the floor with a lump on his head. His body was shaking in pain and his head hurts a lot. He gets up and clenched his fist while staring at the sword with anger. "So wanna go all out until the end, right?" he uttered. He put both of his hands on the sword and ready his body. He was about to utter something, but then his mood changed as he saw the fire starting to flame up again. The flame instantly becomes strong. It's on fire all of a sudden, which made Young confused, since this sword only flames at midnight and it's not midnight yet. His eyes then rounded upon looking at the sword, and he becomes puzzled as he witnessed the flame rising, and there was like a sun appeared that creates a dazzling light. This round thing is sipping in the flame until the flame slowly disappeared on. Expectedly, it strikes an overwhelming power to see Young, and the flame was entering his body from his mouth and eyes. And at this moment, there were a lot of memories started emerging in his mind, causing him to feel a headache. He was screaming in pain, and he feels that his head is splitting apart. He grits his teeth as he was fighting the pain, and the memories continuously entered his mind. He saw several people, and as he screamed loudly while gripping the sword, he suddenly pulled it away from being stuck on the floor. The sword was very long and heavy, causing him to fall. He was sweating and suddenly lose consciousness, but still slightly holding the sword because of the loud noise he created. For how many days? People from the lower building wondered about the noise, and they were complaining as they cannot sleep due to the loud coming from the rooftop for 2-3 hours in the middle of the night. These women who were gossiping were also a renter of this building, and they noticed that the person from the rooftop is banging around, and the sound comes right through the ceiling. The lady wearing a blue cloth says that her husband is more intrigued by it than angry. They even didn't have any idea if the owner is a man or a woman, and did not also know his age because of the noise. One of these ladies called the management to report this matter. Despite that, they heard loud noises in the middle of the night. The management also told them that they'll be the ones to reach out to the owner and check, so these renters should only wait until then. Meanwhile, Roman 11 Young gained consciousness, and he suddenly screamed once more. Without any reason, he gets up and holds his head. He was wondering if all those scenes he saw is just a dream, but still he felt that it was too real. More likely, memory of happiness, despair, sadness moved, fury, guilt, hatred. All these emotions sprang up as if they were alive. As if Si Young lived through ages, untold and unimaginable. He was full of confusion, which only gave him a headache. When he looked beside him, he saw the sword, and he was flustered about why this sword is also beside him. What makes him more shocked is seeing the floor with no sign of this sword having stuck anywhere, and also noticed that the sword is about a meter longer than when it was stuck on the rooftop. If it was that long, he wondered if it wouldn't have stuck through to the ceiling of the floor below. When he tried to carry the sword, his body was trembling. He raises the sword and tried to lean it on the wall. But the sword was too heavy and falls back on his thin body. He screamed loudly as it was too painful. After trying so hard, he finally leans the sword on the wall. He was so tired and was wiping his sweat. He then stared at the sword and held it from the memory that emerges in his mind. He recalled that the name of this sword is War Sword, a bringer of thunder and storm. That wasn't the true name of the sword, but someone called it that on a whim. His chest was in pain all of a sudden as he was remembering this thing. What is important is that you remain unmoved, unchanged, that you bend nor and break not in your courage and the will to fight. This was the statement that Roman 11 Young remembered was said by the first owner of the sword. He grabbed the sword and carried it with his bare hands. He was holding it like was about to battle. He closes his eyes and told himself that it will depend on him how to fight with this sword freely and without restriction. He was thinking about the movement that was on his head, and he imagined that he carried and swung this sword just like how the main owner of this sword did. What he knows is he only needs to follow the images in his head. He focused himself while pointing the sword in the middle. He grits his teeth as he tried to raise the sword. When he successfully made it, he smiled widely as he thought that it was just too easy. He tried to swing it, but the sword dropped and the quillons of the sword hit his shoulder. He screamed in pain, but despite of that, he still tried several times. But still he cannot perform the images that he saw in his mind, and it only makes him feel tired. On the same day, his nurse came to him. His nurse was staring at him in confusion, but Roman 11 Young was just staring into nothing. "I thought it was unusual that you called me first, but what the hell is with this?" she asked with crossed arms before she came to Seung's house. She was in the Risto as she has a date with someone. She was enjoying talking with the man in front of her. But her phone suddenly rang, and she doesn't have a choice but to answer it. The moment she answered the call, it was Si Young asking for him. She was worried. Upon hearing Young's painful voice, she immediately stood and apologizes to the man as she needs to go to Young. She didn't wait for any answer from the man and instantly run away. The man called her, but she didn't look back and only said that there's something came up so she have to leave. "You know, I kicked a man to the curbs for this. And what the hell is this?" she asked, but Si Young remained silent. She already put a bandage on Young's hands, and she was so curious about what exactly have Young did to sprain the ligaments in both of his wrists. She said that Si Young's back and hips were also sprained. Si Young was still not looking at her, but he answered that he was just exercising. His nurse was shocked upon hearing it. She chuckled with happiness as he was glad to know that Si Young, who hasn't stepped outside of his front door for 2 years, was exercising now. Must have been some kind of exercise to lay you up like this on. My, how unusual, the nurse uttered while tapping Si Young's tummy with her finger. She smiled widely while saying that Si Young was doing CrossFit for 2 hours or lifting weights 100 times to get a lot of sprains all over his body. Her happiness was cut off when she heard Si Young's phone ring. Upon checking, the call is from the Happiness Realty. Si Young tried to get up, but he was struggling. So his nurse is the one who answered the phone. She let the caller know that she was the nurse of Si Young from the Hee-Won University Hospital. "My name is Kim Bara. I'm in charge of Taxi Young Kun's regular checkups," she said with annoyance. The caller mentioned that the renters of the lower floor in this building have complained about Si Young screaming. Every midnight, Kim looks at Si Young with confusion, and the caller asked her about Si Young's condition. She then answered that Si Young seems fine now, and also his mental condition is perfectly good. Kim reminded the Happiness Realty to just text Si Young in case they have some questions. Since she knows that Si-young usually doesn't answer calls very often, she walked towards Si-young and instructed him to at least make some noise to let the realty know that he was fine, since the boss of the management company is worried about him. Si-young answered okay, and he also let the management know that it was him who answered. "You heard him, right?" "Yes, of course. I understand." "Yes, I'll tell him," Kim uttered and hang up the call. She became annoyed once again and asked Si-young about what the management is talking about. She was mad by the fact that there were a lot of tenants in the building complaining that Si-young have been going crazy in the middle of the night, screaming so loud for how many days. Si-young avoided answering his nurse, which made Kim stare at him with anger. When he saw Kim's eyes, he was frightened, so he just reasoned out that he was frustrated with everything, and he feels like he could explode anytime. Kim was about to say something unnecessary, but she decided to just be quiet and understand his patient's pain. All this time, she was sad about what happened to Si-young, and she feels pity to see Si-young living his life alone. Kim was the one who took good care of Si-young back when the time that Si-young was still in the hospital. She was the one who helped Si-young to eat and to always check Young's condition. After hearing about what happened to Si-young and his parent, she felt sad. While she was remembering these things, she heard Si-young say that he was fine now. Si-young told her that already calmed down a lot. Si-young turned his head to the side while saying that he wanted to take a nap for a bit. "Alright then, change the bandages regularly and the cast take it off when you have to move the joint. But don't do that too often because the swelling's not gonna go down. Regular massaging is good for that, so try it even if it hurts. Got it?" Kim responded to Si-young with excitement, but Si-young ignored her. She turned around while informing Si-young that she will visit regularly. Si-young rattled upon hearing it, as he doesn't want that Kim will know what is hiding in his room. Before leaving, Kim was planning when she should be back to visit Si-young, and she decided that she will be starting to visit Si-young the week after next week, every Tuesday and Thursday. Si-young was about to resist, but Kim insisted and left so Si-young won't have the chance to react. Si-young was trembling as he forced himself to get up, since he wanted to chase his nurse to tell her that he don't need her to check him regularly. But then Si-young cannot be able to move quickly yet because of his sprain. After Kim left, Si-young was still lying inside. He then remembered the sword and checked behind his bed to make sure that it was still in his room. He sighed once more while hanging his head on the bed. He decided to grab the sword, and he was shaking as he tried to pull it. He then put it on his bed, and he was full of sweat and his sprain was in pain. Both of his hands were trembling. After forcing to carry the sword, all of a sudden, he heard a voice of a man stating that Si-young has an excellent beginning. It also said that the one who never falls never learns how to get back up. Si-young was nervous upon hearing it. He immediately turned around to check if there was someone behind him, but then it's just him inside, and the voice he heard was familiar to him. "It's better to fall when you're a fledgling because if you fall when you're bigger, you worry more about the embarrassment," the voice added. Si-young was terrified by the voice in his head. This unknown voice even told him that the path to power is so simple. He just needs to run with the sword and swing the sword until exhaustion takes him. Si-young leans down on his bed while thinking about what it means to run with the sword and swing it. He was so clueless about how he gonna get powerful by just doing it. Roman 11 Young turned to his computer and decided to search for an answer. Since he believes that only the internet can help him with his confusion, he searched on the web about the two-handed sword. He was so focused, hoping that he could get an answer. He found a lot of articles, but one article that catch his attention is the post of a person who practiced with a two-handed sword for 4 months. When Si-young clicked it, there was a video, and he found out that this poster is from Korea. The poster showed some of his movements. First is balancing the center of gravity on the sword itself, then economizing the movement and cutting through the opponent. While watching the video, Si-young was imagining that he applied these tips. He believes that he can learn by just following these steps. But up until this time, his whole body was still trembling in pain. He looked at the sword and remembered the statement from the back of his head. The path of power is to run with the sword and swing it until exhaustion takes him. The time of Kim's visit to Seung came, and when she checked Young's sprain, she was surprised. Was about to heal from what she deduces. It should heal for about 3 weeks. Because of this, she concludes that Si-young has put some strange medicine or something to his sprain without telling his nurse. But Si-young didn't give her an answer. She then decided to leave while instructing Seung not to overdo his sprain. "Hey yo, if some shit happens to you, all that shit flows downhill to me, okay? You got that or not?" she added. And Si-young only gives her a sign to just leave, which made Kim feel a little bit annoyed and slammed the door after leaving. When Roman 11 Young confirmed that his nurse is not around, he immediately gets up. And he also checked his hands. He can now be able to clench it without feeling some pain. Heated in the forge and ripe for the hammer's blow, what fool would wait until it cools again? The voice in his mind stated he carried the sword, and the voice told him to leave this place and run at once and swing as if his life depends on it. Because of this, he wondered if the person behind this voice might be watching him. He comes out from his room together with the sword. He carried it with his bare hands and tried to raise it. His whole body was trembling because of forcing himself. Since the sword was too heavy, his body gave up and put back the tip of the sword. He concludes that it's better for him to get his strength than stamina. First, he planned to go outside to run and never mind the neighborhood. Since it's been 2 years he have been down the stairs. He doubt he's got enough stamina to run, so he decided to do it later on. In his memory, the owner of the sword has always run. Every 12 midnight, while carrying the sword on his back, he becomes stronger by just eating and running some more. Si-young tied a belt on each side of the sword to put on it on his shoulder, just like a bag. And he also tied a red cloth on it to make sure that it will not fall from his body. He was standing while clenching both of his hands and exhaling deeply while wondering how many push-ups he could do with this sword. In just a few seconds, his body was already trembling, and he was thinking that he might be able to get 30 push-ups. He hasn't been doing any exercise since then, and accounting for the weight of the sword, he changed his prediction from 30 push-ups. He believes that he might only get 10. Before he started, he was already sweating when he tried it. He felt that it was too hard since the sword is very heavy, and at the end, he decided to just get 1 push-up instead of 10. When he lowered his body, he was shaking. He grits his teeth and his face ended up sunk into the floor. He heard the voice again, reminding him to run and swing the sword until exhaustion takes him. Because of this voice, he was thinking that he was going to be insane. He didn't get up for a minute, and he sighed due to his disappointment. Meanwhile, Si-young has eaten a lot of cup noodles. He was currently lying his half body on the bed, and he instantly gets up as he decided to run with the sword, since he believes that there wouldn't be a lot of people around. He then carried the sword on his back, and he breathed deeply. He then faced at the rooftop door, and this will be the first time in 2 years that he will come out from this rooftop. He started by coming out on the door of his floor, and he was sweating and shaking as he slowly walked up the stairs. He then informed himself that he should run until exhaustion takes him with this. Just 1 flight of stairs, and he already feels his entire body is breaking while he is being careful. Slowly walking on the stairs, hoping that no one will see him, the sword unfortunately bumped into the stringer of the stair, which made him umped into the stringer of the stair, which made him stumble and instantly fall. Despite it, he still motivates himself by thinking of the statement of the voice in his head. He told himself that he will keep running whatever it takes. He continuously walked on the stairs and rested a little time and continued again until he felt exhausted. On his first day, he didn't run outside the building, but he only walked down the stairs and went up again and did a total of 4 round trips. Upon thinking that he cannot do it anymore, he believes that he was already completely exhausted when he was about to surrender. Those students who had beaten him and murdered his parents suddenly appeared in his mind, and he remembered how his parents were buried alive. Because of this, his chest is aching. He grits his teeth and grips the belts on his shoulder and decided to try one more as he was so obsessed with becoming stronger. Several weeks later, a bunch of garbage bags were outside the building, which made one tenant dumbfounded. And as expected, this garbage came from the room of Roman 11 Young. At this moment, he was lying in bed with the sword at the top of his body. When he got up, he suddenly felt hungry, so he immediately cooked some food to eat. Even if he was cooking, he still carried the sword on his back, and it seems like he was used to it. While he was cooking, he wondered why he was still hungry. Even though he eats several times after Si-young ate, he was doing some push-ups. And this time, he can easily do 100 push-ups without resting. After doing 100 push-ups, he suddenly heard the voice saying that the less rest period he has between exercises, the harder it is to transform his skin and the muscle behind it. He gets up and removes the sword from his back, and the voice instructs him to find peace in the violence of his movement and ecstasy in the pain that brings. With the help of these words, Si-young was motivated to try harder. He then ran on the stairs back and forth, and he gained a lot of changes in his movement. He can now easily run with the sword in his back without resting a bit and has cleared 8 times round trips. He stared at the sword as he decided to practice swinging it. He first raises the sword and holds tightly to it. The voice instructed him to start with 100 swings. It even demanded him to slowly swing the sword so slow that it would cause him to yawn in boredom. As he watched Si-young, Si-young-da positioned his feet and started swinging the sword slowly. But then the owner of the sword stated that the tip of the sword wavers does not count. Si-young then tried once more in a counterclockwise direction. The voice asked his purpose of what he was doing right now and what is the goal behind this determination of him. And only one thing comes into his mind, and that is to get revenge for his parents. When Roman 11 Young was done with his training, he then sat at his computer and checked the video that was captured when his parents were being burned alive. He touches his PC as he feels pity for his parents being murdered mercilessly. He was crying in pain while squeezing his legs with annoyance. He screamed so loud, stating that his main goal of hard work is revenge. Si-young lay down on his bed, but he was still crying in sorrow. He decided to get up and wiped out his tears. Outside his room, Nurse Kim was slowly walking to surprise his patient Si-young. He sent a message to Si-young saying that she was outside, and she chuckled as she thought that Si-young doesn't have any idea. But then, before knocking on the door, she was startled as it suddenly opened. Si-young was standing fiercely and Nurse Kim was confused about how Si-young knew that she was already outside. But then, Si-young only told her that she should act with her age. Kim entered Si-young's room with annoyance to think that Si-young killed her happiness. But then, Si-young only sighed at her actions. As usual, Kim was here to check Si-young's condition. Si-young also informed her that his blood pressure is 175/110. Kim asked about his arm, and he answered that it still hurts a little. The lady stared at him with annoyance while saying that both of them are in this case together, and she knows that they both don't go along. But she was just hoping that Si-young will answer her questions honestly. "Your ligaments in your wrists and ankles, are they okay? How about your back?" she asked, and Young answered, "The same thing hurts a little," which made Kim irritated as she knows that Seung is just lying. She smirked and said that Si-young's doctor wrote a report that Seung had pretty much all recovered. Si-young was shocked upon hearing it, and Nurse Kim said that Si-young cannot goof off anymore. She also mentioned that Si-young will be able to go back to school, and was hoping that Seung will interact with other kids and make friends with them. Since Si-young was traumatized by the school, he was clenching his fist and trembling in anger while listening to his nurse. Nurse Kim said that nobody will be able to bully Si-young this time. While she was talking, she noticed Si-young slowly walking near her and standing with his head down. "I will not be going back to school," he uttered with angry tone, and Kim was stuttering as she answered. "Yes, did you hear what I said?" Si-young asked, and Kim uttered Si-young's name. Si-young was flustered, and he was startled when Kim suddenly asked surprisingly, "When did Si-young get so tall?" She explained that Si-young wasn't even 160 cm before, while she was 168 cm. But now she can see that Si-young is much taller than her right now. She ordered Si-young to stand up straight to confirm if Si-young really became tall, and she wondered how she did not notice this before she suddenly moved away while staring at Si Young's neck and body. While observing his body, she saw a lot of changes from Si Young, including his body becoming a boulder. She was tapping Young's body and she couldn't hold herself and squeezed Young's breasts. Her eyes sparkled as he felt how hard it is. After an hour since Nurse Kim had left, Si Young started his training by swinging the sword with his heart set on strength, grasped the overwhelming power. The foolish confine themselves within limits. They set and split themselves into the strong and the weak, and struggle to stand above those who crawl below. Yet heaven and the sun do not exist in multitudes. Nay, they are but one each. Thus they do not struggle for power. It was said by the voice at Si Young's head. Because of this motivational statement, Si Young can finally swing the sword easily, as much as he could while he was training himself. He recalled the pledge of indomitability, the blessing of the sword, and the essence of faith. From running until exhaustion takes him, the endless training of his body and mind, he can force himself past the limit. And at that moment, he will obtain the first power, the pledge of indomitability. And after the pledge of indomitability, from swinging his two-handed sword warsword 10,000 times without a pause in one day, he will obtain the blessing of the sword. When the pledge of indomitability and the blessing of the sword, the almost unlimited power of the essence of faith, will be born within his body. It is what Roman 11 Young remembered from a silver memory he has. But up until now, he was still confused if this was really his memory. If so, he can say that he has barely started walking compared to the guy who is the owner of the sword. In his memory, he was staring at the sword and was very determined to train himself more. 1 year later, a politician was doing a public speech on the media and it was played. You as a citizens have reaffirmed today whether your own country is with hope or without hope. Through this election, we have proven that our country is with hope and that our collective patriotism can overcome our individual selfishness. Other politicians might place conditions on themselves to their time to approach things slowly. Not with me. However, there would be no conditions placed on your support and your desires. That's not merely my commitment, but it is the promised trust you have placed upon my shoulder. Who would dare to oppose us? Who would dare to foster hostile intent in their hearts against us? He proclaimed, and after his speech, someone congratulated him, thinking that this man have made his dream come true. Well, this is but a start, he answered and laughed. He said that he was doing this for the country. His name is Jiang Sung-chu, the 21st president elected. While he was talking to someone, his bodyguard informed him that he has a call from President Lai from the Xinjiang group. When he answered it, the first word he heard is congratulations. Sun Chu then thanked him and acknowledged that it was because of his help. Xinjiang Group President invited him to have a get-together with their family to celebrate the victory of Chu. Those kids had a hard time in the S. It's past time they get back, Sung Chu answered. And he was referring to those kids who murdered Si Young's parents. At the time that he was doing a public speech on the media, Si Young was also watching with a grudge against him. 1 year has passed and Si Young still has the sword. Going back to Chul, he mentioned that those kids have been kept in the dark. And he believes that they were all having a hard time. And he can't even remember the last time he saw his son Sion. So he misses his kids so badly. After he hung up the call, his assistant immediately approached him to say that it appears Su Young is set to return. Yes, she had it hard, but I'm sure she all grown up, he answered, and the assistant feels that it may be also hard for Sung Chul as a father of Su Young. But then Sun Chul said that those bad things have happened in the past. He believes in the saying the ground gardens after it rains. Despite what those kids have done, he was still thankful for the reason that they as parents got a chance to get together and plan for a great thing. You are correct, Mr. Chairman, the assistant uttered. After saying it, he then guffawed while standing at the view from the window glass. At the same time, at the Incheon International Airport, 2 Boulder men were in the elevator, and they were together with 3 of those students who murdered Si Young's parents after how many years in the S. They are now finally back here in Korea. The lady in the middle with a thin body and green hair is Yujin. Beside her with white hair and not so tall is Jun Hyuk. and the other tall man with them is Soo-ho. After exiting the elevator, 3 men were waiting for them and smiling at them widely. They were also the criminals of the murder case of Young's parents, namely Ha-yeon, Chang-soo, and Da-hun. They then greet each other, and they were all glad and excited that they were now together again after so many years. Ha-yeon noticed that Soo-hyun and Soo-young is not with them. Yoo-jin then answered that she has no idea since those two snuck off to Japan, and Soo-yeon told her that she wanted to cool her head for a couple of days, and Soo-hyun, well, you know, right? She added, and Jun Hyuk stated that Seong has been doing this past 2 years was cooling her head, so he doesn't know what Seong means of cooling her head again in Japan, and also he feels bad for Soo-hyun. They then started moving, and while leaving, Jun Hyuk and Chang-soo decided to stay behind. Jun Hyuk then asked Chang-soo if he already checked Young's information, and Chang-soo casually answered yes. Good job, Jun Hyuk said, while tapping Chang-soo's shoulder. Then they look into each other's eyes, and Chang-soo believes that Jun Hyuk is planning on brewing something. Jun Hyuk smiled and answered, of course. Who do you think we have to thank for all the shit we've gone through? He added. At the same time, Si-young was talking to his aunt over the phone, and his aunt tried to force him to go back to school. But Seong didn't want to. His aunt said that he can't stay like this forever, and she suggested that Si-young can move to her house with her, and she can be comfortable if Si-young will stay with them so no one can bother him. I'll think about it. But still, I'm afraid of the world, Si-young answered. His aunt felt sad, and she apologized to Si-young as she thought that she had put so much pressure on Si-young, then answered that she didn't. He understood that his aunt was just worried about him. His aunt bids goodbye to him and reminds him to be mindful of his health. After the call, Si-young fell down while holding the two-handed sword. While thinking that the time will come, he will crush those people who make him suffer. Outside of the building, there was a man standing, and he was talking to someone over the phone. He said that there has been no sign of anyone entering or leaving, and they even observed the location from a high rise with a direct view several times today, but still the same. We've tried delivery post and even meter reading, but we've not been successful in confirming whether the target resides in this location. There was no response from the inside at all, he said. When this news was received by Jun Hyuk, he was so annoyed. Especially that Chang-soo didn't even get a picture of Young. Chang-soo then reminded him that he already said Si-young never ever steps outside of his place. He was holding a photo of the building where Roman 11 Young leave, and he was annoyed knowing that Si-young didn't also go to school. Maybe we'll ask the uncles to barge in, Chang-soo suggested. But Jun Hyuk was confused. Chang-soo then explained that Jun Hyuk can pick the lock and rush into Young's room and grab Young and have a little fun with him before dragging him to their group. Jun Hyuk was surprised upon hearing it, and he laughed so hard while hugging Chang-soo. Chang-soo, you're beautiful. You are the one who brightens my day. You know, only you, he said. Chang-soo asked him if he would do it, and he answered that they need to be cautious. He believes that if they want to do it, they have to raise the level to at least what Soo-hyun might be planning. Chang-soo was confused about what Jun Hyuk is trying to say, and Jun Hyuk concludes that Chang-soo really believes that Soo-hyun went to Japan with Soo-young just so they could play. He then smirked and guffared while saying that Soo-hyun got an invitation from the Yakuza, and that is the real reason why they are not here in Korea yet. Chang-soo was shocked how it happened. So Jun Hyuk explained that both Hyun and Soo-young made some friends while they were in Japan. And the parents of these new friends they have met were Yakuza. And while they were boarding the plane, Soo-hyun said that Si-young deserves this present from them. On the same day, Si-young saw the posts of these people on social media together. Because of his anger, he grips hard into his phone and stares at their faces with a grudge. He also read the caption and realized that both Seong and Soo-hyun are not with them yet. Soo-young put down his phone while whispering into his head that he's also here waiting for them to get back together at the Narita International Airport. I thought you said it might take 1 or 2 more years. But thanks to Seong's dad being elected as president, I guess that I got the gears turning earlier. the lady said while facing both Seong and Soo Hyun. She and the man beside her are both new friends of Seong and Soo Hyun that Jun Haek mentioned, who has Yakuza parents. They then entered the limousine and decided to continue talking while they were on their way. Lee Si-hyun is part of the Xinjin group and the son of board chairman Lee Zhuzhang. Beside him is the 21st president-elect, Jang Song-chu's daughter named Jang Soo-young. While they were on their way riding in the limousine, they were facing each other, and the man with them, named Ryao Hai, wanted Soo Hyun to discuss their plans straight to the point. The lady beside him is his sister, and she said that she contacted her brother the moment that Soo Hyun told her that they will stop by in Japan. "Thanks," Soo Hyun replied. "No, thank you. No one would have imagined that I would get to know Soo Young. No. The daughter of the president of Korea when I went to study abroad in the Ryu," he uttered, and Soo Young gave thanks for his assistance. "It's only natural between friends, Ryu," he replied. He proudly said that his father leads the Three Paths Association and took a special interest with this matter. While he was boasting, Soo Hyung was just listening to him. "If everything is ready, then we can depart as early as tomorrow." Then Soo Young asked, and Ryohei said that they can relax for now here in Japan and get back to Korea whenever. Soo Hyung was dumbfounded upon hearing it, and the lady with them said that it was pretty cute, seeing them all surprised. Soo Young at the same time was annoyed, as they expected that they could go back to Korea as soon as possible. Ryao Hai then explained that they already have operators in Busan on a business trip, and they got in contact with these operators just this morning, and he will introduce them to Seong and Soo Hyun soon. "I told them you guys would handle the wrap-up yourselves, so consider them your men for the time being," he added. And Seong's mood then changes as he realizes that he indeed has a good plan. All of a sudden, Si Hyung's phone rang as he received a message. When he checked it, he frowned, which made Hyung intrigued to her surprise. Jun Hyuk said that he wanted to play with their toy first as he gets too bored. While waiting for them going back to Korea, Jun Hyuk ordered 2 men to visit Seung's room. It's already midnight, and these 2 men argued. The bald then reminded his companion that they should have done their mission quietly. The other man was annoyed that the bald man had the huts to educate him. He screamed loudly while complaining about accepting this kind of job. When they arrived, they saw that there were some regular people in the building. And the bald man then said that 5 minutes after the clock struck midnight and all the lights were off, they were hesitant to go. But at the end, the man with curly hair decided to come out of their vehicle and was still mocking the bald man. The bald man was also annoyed at his words, but then he went straight to the building and boasted that he can end this job easily and bring Si-young back with him in just a short period of time. "Do what you want," the bald man answered inside. The man then fearlessly went inside and easily broke the lock of the gate going to Si-young's room. Upon entering the rooftop, he was hesitant to believe that there was really someone living here. He even complained that there's no window in this room. He got an idea as he remembered that they had a picture of this building, and there was a window on the roof. He was about to climb the roof, but the door suddenly opened, which made it easy for him to enter. When he peeked from the outside, he noticed that it was too dark, so he couldn't see anything. He was so clueless that Si-young was just standing right in front of him. 1 hour had passed and the bald man was already annoyed, and he wondered why it took too long for him to come back. Since he was too pissed off waiting for his colleague, he decided to enter the building to check it himself. He then went directly to the rooftop and he noticed that the door was still open. He scratched his head while complaining as he thought that his colleague intentionally left the door open. "Yo, you're going too long," he said as he was standing on the door. Before he could say more words, he saw a hand. Si-young grabbed his face and pulled him over, leaving no evidence outside Si-young's room. The next day, there were some police officers checking the vehicle that was parked outside the building. Upon checking, they saw that this vehicle has a temp tag and that they decided to tow the vehicle, and according to them, the guys driving these things don't even come back for their cars. They only say it's not theirs half the time. They were hoping that there's enough on the record to make that much contact. One officer also mentioned that this building is under special surveillance, and the order comes from the top that they should check this place from time to time. At the same time, in the condominium of Chang Tsu at this moment, he received a message from Su Young accusing him that he's the one who helped Jun Hyuk to call some people to play. Jun Hyuk was with him, and he asked about what happened to their 2 men they assigned to catch Si Young. But then Chang Tsu didn't respond and only sighed. It's already 11 in the morning, but they didn't get any news, which made Jun Hyuk annoyed. Chang Tsu said that he tried to call those men, but they didn't answer. Jun Hyuk screamed and ordered Chang Tsu to call them back. Chang Tsu was already annoyed at him, but he doesn't have a choice but to follow his demand. Since those men are not answering, Chang Tsu decided to call his uncle, who is the handler of those men, Has Choi Zhang Chan, the Merakrid Agency president. "Chang Tsu, my boys got the job done right," he said, as he was expecting that his men would do their mission without any problem. But then he was shocked when Chang Tsu answered that he hadn't heard anything from those men yet. Zhang Chan was wondering where his boys were, and Chang Tsu said that those kids might be new in this kind of job. Zhang Chan was annoyed with how Chang Tsu called his boys as kids, but he didn't say anything about it and only told Chang Tsu that he will check his men first and will call back once he gets the news. Before hanging up, Chang Tsu reminded him that he was in a hurry. "If I had known this would happen, I'd have just called Uncle Chang Hyun at Aegis," he added. And Zhang Chen was already trembling in anger. He was squeezing his phone, but he was powerless to say some words with a grudge. Since Chang Tsu is his older brother's son, he grits his teeth and screams about where his boys are right now. He tried to call them, but no one answered. He was so clueless that both of his men were beaten by. These men were full of bruises and already wounded, while their bones were sprained. And Si Young was just standing right beside them at the Incheon International Airport. Both Seung and Su Hyun finally came back to Korea. Both of them were confused as they saw a lady standing in front of them. While saying that both of them had a difficult time, Seung was confused about who she is. So she let them know that she's Nam Ho Young from the Secret Service. But still, Su Young was clueless why she appeared. Another man came, which made Su Hyun irritated. The man was about to say something, but he was distracted when Ho Yun grabbed Seung's wrist, as she was instructed by Su Young's father to take her to him immediately. Seung was calling Su Hyun, but Su Hyun was just staring at him, and Ho Yun also continuously grabbed her away from the other's point of view. There was a man sitting while answering a phone call from Zhang Chan. Zhang Chan was screaming over the phone while asking this man about the job that he was given yesterday. He also ordered this man to find those boys and bring them to him as soon as possible. The man just sighed and hung up the call. He's Yondong Suk, the Merakrid Agency Team 2 team leader. He reached out to his other boys to ask for some news. And even the other people under him didn't have any idea either. He became curious, so he decided to go to Si Young's place by himself. He comes out from his vehicle and stares at the building. His driver was very sure that this was the building where his 2 boys had a mission last night. He's wondering where his boys are, and even annoyed that those 2 men didn't even answer his calls. As he entered, he noticed something. He looked into it and was shocked to see on the paper their car registrar number. Because of this, he confirmed that his men really came here last night. But then he was still confused why those men didn't reach out yet. From what he saw on the paper, the car was towed just this day at 1:21 in the morning. He was standing still while looking above, wondering what happened to his men. At the same time, Zhang Chan couldn't help but go to Dong Suk's office. But there has only been one man in charge since Dong Suk left. The man was startled upon seeing that it was the chairman. Zhang Chan sighed and was frowning. "How are you doing, chairman?" the man asked, hoping that he could change the mood. But then Zhang Chen continuously screamed, asking if "where is everyone?" The man was shaking in fear while explaining that the team leader had convened all of them to gather, and he said that he was also headed to them. Zhang Chan then asked who he was and where the others were going. Zhang Chan was speechless when the man answered that his team leader and the others were at Si Young's house. He immediately called Dong-suk and Dong-suk answered the call instantly. Jong-chan was still screaming while asking him what he was doing. Dong-suk then honestly answered that he believes they might have a problem as 2 of their boys who were assigned to beat Si-young were missing. Jang-chan was puzzled upon hearing it, and Dong-suk told him that Young's building feels weird. "So did you order our boys to go?" Jong-chan asked. "Yes, I should go now to check on them." Dong-suk answered, and Dong-chan is pleased to check those missing men so he can give an answer to Chang-tsu. Dong-suk thanked him for his patience, and he then hung up the call. Behind him are his men, and he then ordered them to go together inside Young's building. There were a lot of them, and they were already heading inside the building to check those 2 missing men. They were still at the stairs, and Dong-suk then ordered them to get Roman 11 Young. They forcefully opened the door on the rooftop by kicking it. They all then enter while Dong-suk is just chillin'. The stairs he walked as he heard someone shouting. While he was walking on the stairs, there was one man who was thrown from the rooftop and was full of bruises and was spitting blood. When Dong-suk saw it, he was shocked to see that it was one of his men. He was furious. While wondering about what was going on, all of a sudden someone appeared in front of him which made him startled. It was Si-young. Dong-suk was scared and instantly fell down. Si-young walked towards him and Dong-suk was begging him for mercy. But then, Si-young was ready to punch him. Si-young punched him in the face several times, and the only thing he could do was scream. In the late afternoon, police officers came to the building since there was a tenant reporting it. The officer recorded on his note that the tenant heard screams a few times before and another several people screaming earlier. The complainant has complained that she hasn't slept because of this incident. Despite what she said, the officers were confused why the lady still reported it. They said that even if people like thugs come in, even if they have nothing to do with their home, they will still try to open doors. After recording what the complainant said, the officers then decided to check it themselves. While they were heading inside, one officer saw the padlock on the stairs. He then got it, and he confirmed that someone really got in here without permission. They concluded that those people might have escaped already. They immediately knocked on the rooftop door, and while knocking, they introduced themselves as the police officers, and they stated that they had received reports of screams coming from here. They then move aside as they noticed that there is already a person ready to open the door. Si-young appeared, and they were surprised because of how tall Young is, especially that his body becomes bolder. One officer got a chance to have a glimpse on the rooftop, and he was shocked by what he saw. Despite that, he was trembling. He still pointed his gun to Si-young. While telling his co-officer to arrest Young immediately, the other officer was confused, so he said to look behind Young. The officer then glanced behind Si-young, but Si-young was emotionless and didn't care at all. Surprisingly, they saw those men from the Mirakrid agency that were beaten by Si-young, and the rooftop was full of blood. Si-young was still standing in front of them without saying any words, and the officers were terrified at him. Meanwhile, Si-young was still on the rooftop together with the 2 police inspectors. But at this time, there are a bunch of policemen and an ambulance below the building as they have received the report about Young beating several men. The paramedics then carried the bodies from the rooftop to the ambulance to bring them all to the hospital. At the same time, Zhang Chan was also here as he decided to check Dong-suk and the others. But then he was terrified and flustered upon seeing bloody bodies on the scene, and he was thinking that it might be his men at the rooftop. These 2 police officers are willing to arrest Si-young, but Si-young said that he doesn't have a citizen registrar number. Unintentionally, he addressed the police officer in front of a Jossi, which made the officer feel insulted. Si-young explained that he's still 17 but will turn 18 this year, which is why he doesn't have a citizen registrar number yet. He also introduced himself, including his name and the last school he attended. And he informed them that he took a break during his 2nd year at the said school. He was about to say his reason, but the more he thought of it, the more he became annoyed. While looking at his angry face, the officer standing in front of him was frightened. The other officer was busy talking with the chief inspector over the phone. The chief ordered them to withdraw Si-young. The officer tried to disagree as he doesn't believe that Se-young is still a minor because of how tall he is. Whether he broke their arms and legs or stabbed them with a knife, he's still a minor. A minor. You don't understand what I'm trying to say, the chief said with annoyance. Also, it happened at Se-young's house and not on the street, so he was thinking that Se-young was just defending himself. The officer tried to resist, but the chief warned him that he will be the one to take all the responsibility once he will do something wrong to Young and piss off all the reporters in this country. The chief hung up the call and the officer was annoyed and squeezed his phone. His co-officer asked him what happened and he walked away and answered him to withdraw Se-young. Despite that Se-young will not be arrested, he didn't show happiness. Instead, he remained emotionless after the police officer left. He then called his aunt to let her know that he has a plan to go to his aunt in Se-young to stay with them. Se-young said that he was sure about his decision, so the lady answered that she will talk to her husband and get the details sorted out. But then Se-young said that he didn't mean that he will go. Right now, I want to travel for about a year, Se-young uttered. He stated that he is still too young to travel safely out of the country, so he's going to travel around Korea. But Se-young, even around Korea, and you have to restart your education, and delaying it for another year is, his aunt proclaimed. But before she could continue her statement, she noticed that Young became silent. Roman 11 Young then reasoned out that he had not been outside for so long, so he wanted to feel the wind on his face. He thinks that it will be good to get his head back to where it needs to be. Roman 11 Young was holding the sword while saying to his aunt that he doesn't want a lot of things weighing on his mind, and that his aunt should not worry if he will not contact the lady too frequently. His aunt felt down upon hearing Young saying over the phone that he will probably leave the room vacant for the most part. Even though the lady is worried, she still allowed Se-young, and she told Se-young that he must contact her from time to time so she doesn't worry too much. Se-young then agreed to her and hung up the call. From the other's point of view, Jun Hyuk is calling Chang-soo, and he was screaming on the phone. Chang-soo answered his call, but was startled by the tone of his voice. Jun Hyuk is already furious since it's been 2 days, but he still hasn't heard any news about those men who went to Se-young's room. He blamed Chang-soo since the men they hired were from Chang-soo's uncle's agency. Chang-soo reasoned out at him. But then Jun Hyuk didn't want to listen to his reason, and he giggled, thinking that Soo Hyun might come and clean up their dirt. And if that happens, he will have to watch Soo Hyun be proud of himself. You can't even do what you're told properly anymore. At least in middle school, you are good at that at least, Jun Hyuk uttered, which made Chang-soo tremble in anger. Jun Hyuk decided to hang up the call and instructed him not to call for a while. Chang-soo grits his teeth while squeezing his phone and throwing it away. He was complaining about how Jun Hyuk said not to call him, but he was the one who called Chang-soo this time. This anger of him makes his head hurt, but he cannot even say some bad words to Jun Hyuk and only holds his anger. At the same time, Chang-soo received another call. He looked into it and saw that it was Lai Soo. He answered the call and Soo-ho instantly told him that Soo Hyun wanted to see him. Chang-soo at this time was flustered since Soo Hyun is much more worse than Jun Hyuk. He then stood and answered that he would come. But before he could leave, Soo-ho said that there was something he needed to bring. When Chang-soo arrived at their spot, he immediately handed the photos of the building where Young live, and he smiled while saying that he was very sure that this is where Se-young can be found. He said that this building was Young's villa and his room is on the rooftop. Soo Hyun was hesitant to believe with the reason that there was no strong evidence like a picture of Young in this building. Because of his attitude, Chang-soo fakely smiled while he was annoyed in his mind to think that Soo Hyun and Jun Hyuk talk like they're entitled to everything. Soo Hyun breathed deeply and handed the envelope to Soo-ho, ordering him to send these documents to Ryu Hi's operators in Korea. Soo-young informed them that those operators will not go to meet them in person. Soo Hyun also strictly reminded them all not to leave any traces of their crimes. Soo-jun at the same time trusted all those yakuza since she believed they were pros and not from this country either. Well, we can't be sure. And we're not trying to relive those hellish 2 years again, Su Hyan added. Chang Tzu was shaking as he saw Su Hyan approaching him. Since Su Hyan received a message from Jun Hyuk saying that he was going to play with the toy first, he asked Chang Tzu about what Jun Hyan meant to say instead of telling the truth. Chang Tzu answered that he was not sure about it. You sure about that? Su Hyan asked while staring eye to eye at Chang Tzu. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Chang Tzu answered, and because of his response, Su Hyan was forced to believe him. Su Ho received a message from those Yakuza saying that they will get Su Young and bring him here to their spot after 1 hour. That fast? Su Young asked, and Su Hyan was expressionless and will be looking forward to it. Those Yakuza are already below the building of Si Young's villa. They were talking using Japanese words, and one bald man declared that their current mission is commencing now. They immediately went to the rooftop, and the bald man reminded his colleague that their target is an 18-year-old kid. But upon seeing the bloody surroundings, he concludes that they shouldn't take this mission too lightly. Shall we begin? He uttered while holding his wrist. His colleague tapped his shoulder, which made him confused. He turned his head to ask what was the matter. The bolder man named Kenta was just silent while trying to smell the place. He senses a bad aura coming from the room of Young, and he believes that there's a wild beast living on this rooftop. The bald man was flustered, and he was hesitant to believe that Si Young is raising a dog. Since it was too quiet, Kenta then corrected him that it was not a dog, but a wild beast. Kenta, there's no way a wild beast lives in the middle of a city. Are you saying he's hot? A wolf in there or something? The bald man asked, and Kenta answered, perhaps. But still, the bald man continuously walked towards the room of Si Young. While Kenta is following behind, we dutifully carry out our mission, the bald man confidently said, and ready himself to kick Young's room. But then, before he can do something, Si Young strongly punched his door, causing it to be damaged. The bald man was stuck while Kenta grits his teeth out of annoyance. His sweat dropped from his forehead, and he was behind Si Young. While Si Young is just standing still. Si Young turned around and saw Kenta already clenched his fist and dashed to Si Young. While screaming, he punched Young's head, and he was dumbfounded. Seeing Young remained fine. His fist was trembling, and at this moment, Si Young raised his arm and was clenching his fist and strongly punched Kenta. Because of the strong force he dealt, Kenta was slammed on the floor, causing the ground to be crumpled. He was pushing his fist to Kenta's face, and when he removed his hand, Kenta's nose is bleeding and his teeth got damaged. His whole face was literally beaten by Si Young was standing still, and he side-eyed to see the bald man. Seeing Kenta unconscious makes the bald man shocked. He was also bleeding, and he was already shaking in fear. Roman 11 Young lowers his head, and the bald man was terrified of him and cannot move even an inch. At the same time, Su Hyan together with his Su Young, Chang Tzu and Su Ho were still at their spot. Why didn't you accompany the others? Su Hyan asked as he was facing the colleague of Kenta. This man was confident that those two can easily bring Si Young to them. His name is Takashi. Japan 3 Paths Association Loan Sharking Division, they're pro among pros. No need to worry at all, he said. But Su Hyan still doubts a little. Takashi received a call, and upon checking it was from Kenta. He answered the call and spoke using the Japanese language. I told you not to call without a reason, he said. Without knowing that Si Young is the one who was calling him using Kenta's phone. Because of his language, Si Young found out that these people were Japanese. Takashi was confused upon hearing Young's voice, and he asked who it is. But he only heard Kenta screaming in pain and asking for help. He was dumbfounded as he cannot believe that the Kenta he knows is a strong man and undefeatable is now screaming in pain. He grits his teeth and was already annoyed. Where are you? Si Young asked, and since Takashi didn't give an answer, Si Young used his foot and pushed it to Kenta's chest. Kenta was continuously screaming in agony, but Takashi hung up the call. At this time, he was already mad, knowing that Kenta and the bald man have failed their mission. Si Young then let the bald man drive the car and ordered him to go to Si Hyan's hideout. The bald man told him that it was just 10 minutes from this building, but then Si-young only gave him 5 minutes to arrive in the said place. The bald man was still shaking in fear and cannot do anything but follow Young's order. Si-young was so tall than the vehicle, and since he knows that it was hard for him to enter, he decided to remove the roof of the vehicle and throw it away. Kenta was also here with them, and he was lying inside the passenger seat. After removing the roof, Si-young then stomped on the vehicle and inserted his half-body, while instructing the bald man to go. Takashi was unaware that Si-young is already on his way to them, but he already has a hint that Si-young will really come. After he hung up the call, Soo-hyun asked what happened. Takashi still grits his teeth while ordering them all to leave this place as soon as possible. Soo-hyun and the others were confused, so Takashi honestly said that they have failed in the mission. "For your own safety, please return to your home," he added. "Failed? Is that even possible? To fail to grab a shitty little kid like that?" Soo-hyun responded. Takashi was already rattled and said that he will just explain everything once they can move in a secure place. Soo-hyun, Si-young, Chang-soo, and Suho were still puzzled while looking at Takashi. But Takashi still didn't give an explanation. He was already frowning and repeating his warning and told them that this is for their own safety. Si-young was annoyed, especially Soo-hyun. He was confused about what was dangerous in this place, which made Takashi force them to leave because of it. He concludes that there might be someone coming to them. "I mean, I'm laughing at the fact that you said you actually failed at bringing one shitty little kid here. And what? You're talking about our safety? You think I want to talk about safety?" Soo-hyun screamed in anger. All of a sudden, they heard someone screaming so loud, which made them all startled. Takashi was stuttering while saying that Si-young is now here. Si-young really arrived at their place, and he was standing fearlessly outside the building while carrying the sword at his back. They start to panic and see that there are 3 stairs leading to the exit. They decide to split up with the Japanese man and one other person going one way and the rest going another way. The Japanese man thinks they should all go together, but suggestion is ignored. Without wasting time, they all run away, hoping that one of them will run into the boy. As it turns out, this is exactly what happened, because it is the boy himself who ends up rescuing the prize, while the others manage to reach the exit along with the police. Chang-soo has fainted, so when he wakes up, he notices that his legs and hands are tied. He quickly looks around, but he doesn't recognize anyone. The protagonist reminds him of what happened to Chang-soo's, which shocks him. He realizes that the scrawny boy has become a beast. Meanwhile, the news media has already arrived at the scene calling the kidnapping. The special police group is also asking the protagonist his name and why he is doing all of this. Our boy takes his time before slowly pulling out his sword and pointing it at the man, while loudly recounting how 3 years ago 2 people in flames sacrificed themselves seeking justice. And those people were none other than his own parents. Upon hearing this account of the tragedy, everyone present immediately recognizes it, and fear begins to invade their positions. As it was very obvious what was to come, it is worth noting that up until this point, all the inhabitants of the country, even the parents of the harassers, were watching this live. The mediator of the police asked him desperately what his demand was, to which he coldly replied that there would be no negotiation, that all he had was a simple announcement. He said, "My parents paid with their lives in the fire to attract the attention of people for justice. But from today, everyone who is responsible for this has to pay with their lives," and swore that he would kill them with his own hands, as well as their parents, brothers, and sisters. But his speech did not end there. He continued to say that no one would be able to stop his revenge, and that if the police or the army tried to get in his way, he would have no problem finishing all of them off there. Without any hesitation, Chang-soo, with full of tears, tried to convince him to let him go. But the protagonist just looked at him and made him stop saying. The protagonist continued to conclude his speech, yelling at everyone to pay attention and raising his sword, declaring that this was his declaration of war. Then he quickly made a fierce movement and ended the blonde. Meanwhile, Chang Tizu's father, who observed the whole situation, is left completely paralyzed. Similarly, the president starts to take measures by calling the police commissioner and explicitly ordering him to immediately execute the protagonist. This order is instantly received by the police, so the snipers are prepared to shoot, and they begin the attack by aiming at his head indiscriminately. However, he doesn't make it easy for them and bravely deflects the bullets with his sword. In response to this, the police force begins to open fire on Saewang, but he quickly dodges the bullets and jumps from the building, using his sword to fall without a scratch. He then stands in front of the police cars and clearly screams that anyone who gets in his way will end up dead. In a brutal move, he throws his sword and starts destroying a couple of vehicles that are only in the way. He advances slowly through the gunfire, leaving the police to wonder if he is even human, despite seeing what he is capable of. They continue to shoot at him, but they can't hit him at all. After seeing that nothing is working, the police desperately ask the sniper to shoot the protagonist, but at last, he cut the sniper bullet into parts using his sword. Fiend realizes that the police won't stop, so he charges at them, crushing a couple and sweeping the rest to the ground. At this point, the journalists run away in terror, leaving behind even their own cameras, which manage to capture some of the disturbance caused by our young protagonist. All of this was observed on television by those who bullied the protagonist, and after seeing this, they were shivering from fear and didn't know what was coming next. Saewang manages to break through the police and forces one of them to tell him the exact location where the kids had escaped. The chief, upon learning of this, calls all units and informs them that the protagonist is headed towards the university hospital. But it seems it was too late. As we see the protagonist standing in front of the building observing his prey, the pair of bullies receive support from the Secret Service, so they try to evacuate them to a safe place. However, they receive an alert that the protagonist is on his way. Without giving them time to react, he breaks a window and makes contact with them. From there, he emerges from the rubble and starts to advance, yelling at Su Haiyan, telling them why they are running now, even in the face of their parents' power and influence. My parents stood firm for my sake and did not choose to run like you. The men in charge of protecting the bullies try to hold him back, but they are thrown out of the building. This short time is used by the bullies to try and escape at full speed. In the elevator, the situation is that when the door was about to close, one of the men arrives and asks to be let in. We see that the door manages to close, but they start to descend instead of going up as they wanted. And all this is because the protagonist was standing on top of it, preparing to attack them. He begins randomly slashing with his sword without looking, trying to hit anyone who gets in his way. The elevator is forced to the first floor and the door is open. Everyone tries to leave as quickly as possible. However, the guard who held Su Young, one of the bully girl, is not able to run with such luck as he receives a sword slash in the whole shoulder that destabilizes him. It is at that precise moment that Sujun regains consciousness, and upon seeing this scene, she throws herself out of his arms, managing to escape. The protagonist was not going to stop at anything, so he brutally crushes the guard in order to continue with his revenge. Here, an angry Saeyang starts to come out from the smoke and tells them where they think they're going. The pair of bullies are completely cornered and without any escape route. They think that this is the end for them, when suddenly, a vehicle arrives at full speed, impacting Seung and sending him flying. It was a special bodyguard sent directly by Young's father. The bullies escape while the bodyguard stays to face the protagonist, and everything indicated that he could do something to stop the boy, but he ended up disappointing as Seon easily gets rid of him with just one punch to the face. In this way, the bullies and their men were able to escape at full speed to a safe place. Here, several reinforcements were added to ensure their escape would be successful. However, as expected, our protagonist appeared in the air, attacking the vehicles. He jumped from one car to another, reaching the car of his prey, and with a sword strike, sent the roof of the car flying. Sujin screamed for his life with tears, but this did not stop the protagonist, who without losing time proceeded to kill them. However, the driver managed to avoid this by braking abruptly, causing Seong to be thrown out again. Here, the police force comes again to try to stop him. They use all possible weapons, but as expected, they don't even tickle the protagonist. He proceeds to rise towards some bridge poles, and from there, he launches himself to finish off the obstacle and make his way towards his goal. Meanwhile, the pair of harassers are already mounted on a helicopter, ready to escape. Our protagonist becomes furious and prepares to launch his sword to prevent their escape. But right there, he stops and tells himself that this is not the way in which they should die. Instead, he will wait for them to be consumed by despair. On the other hand, we see government officials gathered to debating the ways to stop Sale. Strangely, the president is not in attendance at this important meeting because he is simultaneously attending another private meeting where the parents of the harassers are also discussing how to solve this problem. They come to the conclusion to send all of the arsenal of assassins. In this way, we return to our protagonist, who heads without much haste towards the cemetery of his parents. Here, upon entering, the doorman manages to identify him and immediately calls the police to come and arrest him. But Seung doesn't care. He heads to the tomb of his parents and begins to talk with them. He starts by asking for forgiveness for not visiting them as soon as he could step out of his house. There, the pain invades him, and he starts to cry inconsolably. Telling them how much he misses them, he says, "Mom and Dad, please don't worry. I fully understand what I am doing, so relax and watch me from there." That he will not forgive a single one of them, and not one of them will live. Not even the country that turned its back on them when they only wanted justice. He says, "The pain I feel after losing you, their parents will get back, is pain of losing their own children." Having said that, he proceeds to leave some of his belongings for them, expressing that it's all that is left of that son that they loved so much. Just then, the police arrive at the location and begin to ask him to surrender as he is completely surrounded. But at the same time, the military arrives without warning and starts bombing him with a tank. This, while it doesn't hit him directly, is enough to cause a tremendous explosion. When they believe they had gone too far, he comes out from the smoke, grabs his large sword, and puts it between his teeth to take a fighting stance. We see that this position he takes is called the wolf form, where he charges at high speed and starts to shred anyone in his way. As expected, he finishes off the military without much trouble. After this massacre, Sayan looks towards the horizon and remembers his parents when they were together with him. This saddens him for a moment, but at the same time fills him with conviction. To continue with his vengeance, he proceeds to leave the place and goes in search of his next victim. The government begins investigating Sewong's background information, but they are unable to find anything relevant except that his only remaining close relative is an aunt. Contacting her will be difficult as she has moved to the United States and formed a family there. However, this is not an obstacle as they contact the Korean embassy in the United States to visit the aunt's house and convince her to return, whether voluntarily or by force if necessary. In the scene, we see two agents arriving at the aunt's home and presenting themselves as part of the Korean embassy. However, the woman, seeing the violent way in which they presented themselves, refuses to let them in, but the agents tell her that it is about her nephew Seong, and it is only then that the woman decides to open the door. It is here that she realizes that it was not just two agents, but a literal squad was ready and prepared to attack. This scene is left there as we see it again. Now let's move on to the protagonist's end. Apart from the group of harassers, this time it was who was with Suho. Here, they receive a call from Gi and another member of harassers' group, who asks how they are on this. He gets angry at the call, telling him to worry only about himself and not to bother him anymore. Without any reason and with a trembling voice, he insists on asking if they are in a safe and out-of-danger place, to which his friend tells him that yes, they are, because his father sent him to a United States military base installed in Korea. He also adds that no one can enter there, so it is impossible for the Saiyan to find them in this way. He hangs up the call with saying that he should stop worrying since it is very obvious that the nervousness is consuming him. However, the reason he is so nervous or afraid is because next to him, protagonist is standing, and after cutting the call, he starts to beg the protagonist to forgive him because he already did what he wanted, which was to call his friend and find the place where he was hiding. Here, in a more general way, we can appreciate how our protagonist did all the security to find this bully. Desperately, the bully tries to convince the protagonist that all the harassment was on orders and that he was not to blame, that he was only following orders. Here he kneels and full of tears starts to beg him to please forgive him, and adding that he was wrong and that now he is fully remorseful for everything he did. Our protagonist stops to look at him directly and asks him, "When we were begging for our life, what did you guys do?" And at this question he stays paralyzed without words, to which our protagonist, shouting, asks him again. And with no answer, our protagonist raises his sword in front of his eyes and proceeds to let it fall with a simple but effective goodbye. This is how the protagonist ends his second victim. Now, with the obtained information, he heads for the next one. Without any drama, he goes to the city center to take transportation that takes him to the military base where other bullies are hiding. Obviously, on the road, other people already recognize him, and as soon as they see him, they start running away quickly. At the bus stop, the protagonist raises his hand to be able to get on a bus, but the driver, upon seeing him, also manages to identify him. So he pretends not to see him and tries to pass him without stopping the bus. But the protagonist was not going to allow this and pulls the vehicle, forcing it to stop. On the other hand, we see the president having a private conversation with Sahin's father, who tells him that he sent his son to the United States military base located in Korea, where security is guaranteed. So he encourages him to send his daughter there too. The president finds this a very good idea, so he immediately gives the order to take his daughter there. After this, we see Sujin with her personal agent, arriving at the army base. As soon as they arrive, the alarm starts sounding, but people tell her not to worry, that everything is under control. However, nothing was fine because at that precise moment, our protagonist had just arrived and using only his body, he knocked down the whole wall to be able to enter the base. There, he advances a few steps at a slow pace and stops to shout out Sahan's name at the top of his voice. The American soldiers arrive at full speed, standing in his way, and ask him to drop his sword and raise his hand. On which the protagonist replied, "There are people I seek hiding in this place." He knows that the troops will not stop without fighting, so he decides to throw his sword. But instead of using it as a form of surrender, he uses it to be ejected from the smoke and mouth on it. This way, he splits an armored tank in two in a magnificent way. Thus, Sang begins a new massacre, destroying vehicles and shooting against soldiers, killing and destroying several of them. Seung takes the time to gain momentum and make a jump, reaching a great height and then falling with everything on the last armored tank, where he pierces the driver with a. This tremendous pose leaves the surviving soldiers paralyzed. But just then, the operational base of the CIA is shown as they were observing everything through the squad's cameras. These people are surprised by the protagonist's potential and suggest that even the combat android they have in process does not even reach his heels, as well as all the projects they were secretly developing. One of the members of this group tells the others that he will leave in an hour to Korea, stating that the best thing is to stop attacking. Seung, as a valuable being like this, should not be damaged. This order immediately reaches the squad in Korea, and the military proceeds to ceasefire. The protagonist, who is devastating each one of them, surprisingly realizes that they stopped attacking, and even more surprisingly, they move aside, leaving him a clear path to continue advancing. The boy becomes suspicious, believing it to be a trap, but this doesn't matter to him, so he continues on his march. On the other hand, the newly elected president of Korea had just found out that the protagonist had managed to break into a military base. He calls the people in charge of his daughter, but during the call, the signal is lost not only to her, but to the entire sector's security. This begins to worry her as she believes something is wrong, so she decides to take a few minutes to see how to proceed. Meanwhile, this is happening. The president's daughter, Sujun, is meeting with another bully, Sahyun. Without knowing what is happening outside the building, she said she spoke with Yujin on the phone before coming there, and Yujin told her that she had a foolproof plan to stop the monster Sam, but she did not mention what it was. Suddenly, Sahyun asks his companion to bring water from the car, and the companion obliges and leaves. Sujin's personal agent takes advantage of this opportunity to approach the president's daughter and whisper to her that they sense something is wrong, so she also returns to the room, leaving Sahyun alone. In this way, they manage to move a few meters away from the room when they hear a loud scream. The security of Sahyun opens the door of the room and realizes that the protagonist has just arrived, but he is not alone. In one of his hands, he holds the completely destroyed body of his companion. The protagonist looks at Seon and drops the body of his companion in front of him, leaving him completely stunned. He desperately tries to escape while security with grenades, but as we know, this will not even tickle him. On the other hand, in a brief scene, we see the Seon father going at full speed to the military base because he lost contact with his son and someone mysteriously blocked the signal of the entire base, so he was unaware of the current situation at the military base. Having said that, we return to Seon. He barely manages to escape and goes looking for Sujung in her room, only to find that he has been abandoned right there in the hallway. The protagonist, thirsty for blood, arrives and corners him. He looks him in the face and asks, "Do you understand why I have to do all this right in this way?" By asking him this, a memory from 3 years ago is shown where we observe the protagonist in school, where by chance he runs into Sahyun the bully. He immediately apologizes, but the bully doesn't respond and looks at him with a look full of hatred. This insignificant reason was enough for the bully not to wait for the exit and to start beating him. He hits him repeatedly, causing our protagonist to start bleeding and telling him, "We barely started, man, so don't go passing out." Then the bully grabs him by the hair and asks him, "Why did you have to get in my way and piss me off? Do you know who I am? How dare you block my way?" The protagonist cannot believe that for something as minor as a simple push is the cause of this beating. But the bully doesn't care, so he continues to hit him hard. However, a companion of the protagonist arrives and screams at the bully to stop. The scene ends there, and we are shown the present where the protagonist is confronted by Sahyun. The bully starts to insult the protagonist by challenging him to kill him. But there is a reason for this sudden bravery. The bully has a card up his sleeve. He tells the protagonist that he can't kill him because if he does, the same thing will happen to his beloved aunt. Hearing this, the protagonist stops and looks at him without much to do. Then the army contacts the protagonist to inform him that his aunt is indeed in a dangerous situation. This makes Sehan even more brave, and he starts to insult and provoke the protagonist by asking him to kill him if he doesn't care about his aunt. However, the military man hasn't finished talking, so he continues with his message, telling the protagonist that as his aunt is a citizen of the United States, the government has taken measures to safeguard her safety. Or rather, they managed to evacuate her in time, and now she is in a safe place under protection. This news confuses the bully, and his joy slowly turns into deep despair. After hearing this, there is nothing to stop the protagonist now, and he starts his revenge and beats the bully hard, making him tremble with pain on the ground. But that's nothing compared to what's coming next. As the protagonist sees him writhing on the ground, he looks at one of his legs, and in a bloody way he cuts it off with the tip of his sword. Here, the bully starts to scream in pain, while the protagonist starts to smile at him in a demonic way. Our protagonist tells that at first his intention was to end it easily and quickly. But then he remembered that he is not the type of person capable of learning from his mistakes, and all that blackmailing with his aunt confirms it. Therefore, he took the trouble to prepare a special ending just for him. He starts to lift his sword and points it at his face, where we see the sword starts to be on fire. So he proceeds to light up his victim alive and look peacefully as Sehun slowly consumed by flames, while telling himself that maybe this way he can feel something of the agony that his parents suffered. This whole situation is left in suspense. On other side, we are shown the father of Sehun, who just arrived at the military base. This man tries to enter the base at all costs, but the special forces do not allow him to. According to orders from his superiors, they cannot let anyone enter. So the father of Sehun calls the president directly. But the president decides not to answer because he had just received a call from the people in charge of his daughter, informing him that she had managed to escape from the military base with the help of a helicopter. However, the other boys were not so lucky, and they used him as bait to escape. Having said that, we return to the leader of the Special Forces team, who is still guarding the place. One of his men arrives at full speed to inform him that they have found 2 officers beheaded. And according to witnesses, it is believed that the accused was none other than the protagonist himself. This confuses the leader, as they are supposed to be guarding the perimeter where the protagonist is. So it is impossible that he has left the base without being seen by anyone to commit this crime. In this way, they go to the office to investigate this situation. Then, unexpectedly, a man arrives claiming he has information regarding the murder of those 2 officers last night. In this way, this confusing incident is left in suspense, as we are shown the military base again, where the military squad was just entering the rooms where all the commotion took place. There they come face to face with a corridor full of dead bodies belonging to security. But despite this, it was nothing compared to what they would see as they continued to advance, because a few meters further on, they found the body of a completely burnt and black person. To top it off, one of the soldiers noticed that the bully was still alive. This soldier suggested to the other that they should call the doctor to try and help him, but the other replied that no one can help someone in that state, and the best thing to do is to leave him there until he dies. So they proceed to move forward to clean the sector and secure the area. Once this is done, they go to meet the protagonist, who was about to leave the place. Here, the soldiers start to surround him and kindly inform him that there is someone from the United States who wants to see him. But this is of no interest to him, although he leaves the sector with a tremendous jump. However, when he was already in the air, the soldier tells him that it is the person who prevented the kidnapping of his aunt, which stops the boy immediately, and he looks at him with anger. The troops invite him to spend the night at the base because the person who wants to meet him will arrive the next day. There they take advantage of giving him some food and new clothes so that he is completely comfortable in this way. The next day, the guy arrives directly from the CIA to meet the protagonist. He presents himself with the name of Paul, telling him that he is delighted to meet him, but protagonist interrupts him by telling him to go straight to the point. Paul tells him that it is very simple. The government of the United States needs his help in something and sees it as a return of favor for not intervening in his revenge, but on the contrary, because they helped him to carry it out. Additionally, he adds that together with the American government, they were able to protect his aunt, and now she is completely safe. The protagonist is looking at Paul with suspicion and tells him that he will only grant him one favor. Paul responds that this has to be negotiated and tries to blackmail him with the safety of his aunt. This angers the protagonist, who threatens him, saying that if anything were to happen to his aunt, not only will Paul be responsible, but the whole of the United States will have to pay the consequences. He then asks Paul to inscribe this on his heart. These words leave Paul completely intimidated, so he has no choice but to take the protagonist to the exit, where he guides him towards a tunnel where he can leave without anyone bothering him. But before he leaves, Paul mentions that he has valuable information that can be of great help. He mentions that of his 4 remaining objectives, the closest one to this position is Young, while Jun Hyuk and Ugn are still at their residence, and strangely, they seem rather relaxed about the whole thing. He also takes the opportunity to ask if the protagonist knows a girl named Kshin. Hearing this name, the protagonist is paralyzed and does not say a word while Paul continues talking and mentioning that Junha and Yujin always mention this girl while they talk on the phone. This information drastically changes the attitude of our boy, who turns around and looks at him with a terrifying look. In this way, the conversation ends abruptly as the protagonist leaves at full speed, leaving it clear that all this news about the girl named Shen affected him greatly. This is how we are shown the leader of the Special Forces, who is interrogating a man who claims to have information about the murder of 2 officers. The night before, the man begins to confess that 3 years ago, in the incident of school bullying that the protagonist was involved in, he was not the only victim, as a companion of his also suffered serious injuries. It is revealed that the identity of this girl is precisely Shen, and that unlike the protagonist, her case was kept completely secret until now. The man confesses that all the doctors and police officers who assisted this girl were paid to keep quiet, as well as the parents decided to. From these powerful families, he adds that all the witnesses at the scene and everyone who witnessed Shen's state were compensated on the condition that they keep quiet. The interrogator asks him why he is telling him this now, and the man responds that he fears for his life as he also accepted being bribed. The interrogator interrupts him and asks where Shen is now, to which the man responds that he doesn't know, but probably she is dead. The head of the Special Forces immediately orders one of his men to investigate where Shen is located. In minutes, the girl's report arrives, indicating that she is still alive, but is confined in a psychiatric hospital. There we begin to see the girl in her room drawing on the wall, and curiously, they depict the deaths of 2 policemen at her hands. The situation remains as we return to our protagonist heading towards his next victim. This time, he is heading to the sector where Junha and Yujin live. Yujin is the first one to find out about it as she sees a live broadcast of him advancing towards their zone through social media. Immediately, she sends a message to her friend, alerting him of everything that's happening. After hearing this, Junha goes to his mother and informs her as well as the police and military who are protecting him. Right then they receive confirmation by radio that the protagonist has decided to advance first to Yujin's house, not this guy's. This is how Junha finds out and quickly calls his friend to tell her. But on the other end of the call, he only hears a loud and ominous scream. The bully starts to feel extreme fear and tells them that they must leave immediately as he knows a way to stop the protagonist. Junha's mom tries to stop him by saying that they even have military protection here. But Junha replies that they can't stop Sang. If he gets there, they will all be dead. So they leave before Sang reaches there. With that, we see Sang already inside Yujin's house, firmly grasping her neck and asking her where Ziyun is. She responds that she is at the psychiatric hospital and begs for forgiveness as she is telling the truth. Furious, he tells her that after waking up from a coma, he tried everything to contact Shihyun, but nobody knew of her because she was not registered in the news, social media, or even in school records. He even thought she never existed and began to doubt himself that she had ever existed. He continues by saying that the reason he is doing this is because of their attitude. They acted as if nothing had happened while his parents were dying, in complete depths of despair, and that they had the pleasure of burying the existence of a normal and innocent girl without any remorse. He then furiously raises his fist and strikes her in the stomach, splitting her in 2 and damaging the wall. Lastly, he throws away the top half just to watch her last seconds of life. The story then immediately goes to the psychiatric hospital where Junha and his mother have arrived and start running in a hurry towards the 2nd floor of the hospital. Upon seeing this, the doctor of the hospital tries to ask them who they are, but in response, Junha throws him. After seeing this behavior, the doctor smiles in a demonic way as if he knows something bad. Later, we see Shihan, the protagonist's companion, on a hospital bed. It was always the bully's plan to go after Shihan and use her to blackmail the protagonist. Junha smiles upon finding her, but they are warned that the protagonist has also arrived. Sean quickly destroys the roof to reach her floor where he is met by many soldiers, but the protagonist easily dispatches them. He goes to her door but becomes scared when he sees blood on the window. Thinking he's too late, he opens the door and is surprised to see a happy and ecstatic Shihyun who is covered in blood belonging to the bully. This is because she had taken care of getting rid of the bully herself. Furthermore, the bully's mother, upon seeing this, begins to berate him, telling him who he thinks he is and what right he has to decide if her son lives or dies. But at that moment, everything stops as Shihyun also finishes off the bully's mother. Lastly, she turns towards Sang, looks him in the face, and proceeds to give him a cheerful smile. At this point, we begin to see how she met the protagonist, where she was transferred to Sang's school from another school. She was the first-ranked student there. She selflessly began to help Sang pick up trash, even though he had never spoken to her before. But when he did, he told her she shouldn't help him because if the others found out, they would start to harass her just like they did him. She replied that he shouldn't worry, that she would pretend to bully him so that no one notices that she is helping him. That's when they became friends. As in another memory, she tells him that today someone confessed to her, and he responds that it shouldn't surprise him because she is intelligent, beautiful, and very popular. She tells him that she had to reject him because she found him strange and unpleasant, and asks him if he is not serious about who it was. Here, she tells him that it was Suho, and it was very funny that at the moment of the confession, he was accompanied by his entire group. Later on, we see them sitting outside the school talking. The protagonist asks if after class she will go somewhere, to which she sadly replies that yes, because someone from the bully group will do her the favor of introducing her to some new friends from another class. She confesses to him that she accepted this because from the moment she rejected Suho, her friends gradually stopped talking to her. Upon hearing this, he tells her that she shouldn't go because it's a trap, that they will force her to do unpleasant things like stealing from someone or swallowing glue, all in the name of humiliating her. And he knows this very well because they did the same thing to him a while back. Additionally, he tells her that from the moment she rejected Suho and they saw her hanging out with him, she became a target for that group. Here, another memory begins to take shape. This time from the moment they were beating the protagonist because he warned Shihyun and asked him how he could steal their toy and interrupt their fun. It was at that moment that she arrived screaming for them to stop. But unfortunately, she met the same fate as the bullies beat both of them while mocking them, saying that they have heard that you have been spending a lot of time with Shihyun. Are you two dating or just playing house with each other? In addition, they said that they had planned to forcefully give his girlfriend a part-time kissing job and would also pay a good amount of money for it. But he kept running their plans. Each time, our boy cried out for them to stop hurting Zion and said he would do anything they asked. However, one of the bullies disagreed and ordered the others to strip his clothes and underwear too. But then they noticed that Zion had stood up, and in the face of this humiliating scene, Shihyun decided to jump off the building with tears. All these memories come to both of their heads at this point. So we return to the present where San is reunited with Shihan in an emotional scene. The protagonist can't hold back his tears and stands up to touch her face. She returns the gesture, telling him that he's changed a lot and that she has many things to tell him. However, this emotional scene can't last long because they have to leave immediately. They leave the room but are stopped by new reinforcements that have just arrived. But surprisingly, these are taken down by the same doctors and nurses from the hospital. These people are somehow interested in Shihan, so they protect her and guide her to escape safely, so in an armored vehicle. They leave without raising any suspicion there. More calmly, they start talking, and he tells her that he thought she was dead. She breaks down in tears, telling him that she's sorry for not telling him and making things harder for him. At this, our boy also breaks down and embraces her, saying, "Thank you for being alive." After escaping from Hospital Roman 11 and his friend Sion's going safely in an ambulance, she's saying about his parents how they abandoned him. Roman 11 thinking she is also like me. She says his parents sold him for money. They said they would settle it for 200 million. After hearing it, Roman 11 shocked. She also says after compromise they agreed on 120 million for compensation with the condition that the cost of treatment is extra. Seon said, "Can you believe that? Would you be reacting like that? How do you think I felt?" she said. But you know what's funnier? But that's not the end. My parents did something else ridiculous. After receiving their reward, the police, the paramedics, and even the school teachers, they went to everyone that was related to me, and in this case, they persuaded them to cover of everything and tell them to keep silent. After hearing that Roman 11 smashed his hand to the ambulance, because that the ambulance and it's gone out of control. Roman 11 in anger grits his teeth. Seon says to Roman 11 to calm down. It's already been a couple years now. There is no point in getting mad now. She says she have been lying down for over a year. And she also says about Roman 11 that you also in coma for 9 months in hospital and your parents fought in a lonely battle. Did you find out about the horrible death later on? Roman 11 remains silent. Then she shares his memory when she is in hospital. She watch with his own eyes and listen everything what his parents said and doing. After hearing all of that, she just wanted to die. Everything that I had in that room. When I found out it was all because of the money they used, then it felt like she is in hell. Roman 11 asks, "Where is your parents now?" She replies, "They passed away." After hearing that, Roman 11 eyes get bigger. She said his parents died in a car accident. Sometime later, they reached the riverside and in front of them is a speed boat. She said, "We should go to boat." Roman 11 standing still and asked about where is your brother now. After hearing that, she turns back and said he enlisted in the army. Not long ago after my parents passed away. Roman says, "How could he leave you alone and go to the army?" But she says it's not like that. While he was coming home from school, the military police suddenly come and took him. Can't you tell just by listening what military does to my brother? When she trying to tell about the people that help him. Roman remained silent listen. And then he asked him to stop talking. After hearing that, Seon's confused. Roman says he don't want to know. But she insists, "Are you really not curious about the people that help me? They help me to get revenge on the humans." But silently Roman replied, "I will do it, even for yourself. I'll do your revenge too." But she says, "Why do you have to be the one to suffer?" But Roman says, "It's not hard for me. I am going to kill those guys even without a knife. I will kill them for even in your name. We will get revenge together," he angrily said. But she silently looked at him and smiled, and said, "Thank you, Roman." But suddenly out of nowhere she said, "No." It's shocked Roman. She said, "There is no need to kill them for me to get revenge, because I am going to be the one who killed them all. Then that will be my revenge." She said, "Yesterday night I killed all of the officers that involve in my case. I cut my hair like yours, they might think you did it. Sorry about that, Roman. I wanted to disguise myself as an accidental death. But then I saw you." And she keeps talking how he kill people. Lastly, she says, "This is what revenge this is. The reason they should die and people need to know, isn't that right, Roman?" she said happily. But Roman remained silent and grit his fist. Other side, we see the same suspect explaining everything he says. Baek Seon's parents come to us on. Officer asked him when. He said few days before they died in the accident. To be exact, it was the day when the video of Roman 11 parents immolating themselves spread. After hearing that, officer shaking in fear. She's parents said the whole country is in state of turmoil. Now that the issue is bigger, money will be easier to get, so how about working together? Officer thinking, how could such parents sell out their own child like that? How they called themselves. He also reveals the bullies' parents are the powerful people, and everyone is afraid of them. They aerial hard to ignore, but I think people should do that. Officer in angrily thinks the first reason must have been the big one. He said a few days after that, Baek Roman parents died in the car accident. But I know that it wasn't an car accident. Officer curiously think it was an accident? Interrogado say, how could you say that? Then that man shows evidence, a message. Suddenly one of the subordinate calls him and say he superior, there is no need to investigate Baek Seonis is alive or not. We have an intel that asks CU Roman 11 on his way to see her. The police and the army on their way too. Officer in anger grits his teeth and says the police and army. And other side, she said, Roman, don't stop, keep going for your revenge until you the end. I will also not stop on my revenge either. Roman wanted to help him, but she says this revenge is the path that I need to face alone. She also says, if you leave evil things be, they will judge become more evil. If you wait for them to become good, the good thing will become an evil. So that's why I have to get rid of them. Roman want to know, what are you going to do? She says, in order to create a new world, I have to get rid of the bad things. After hearing that, Roman eyes got bigger. In the meantime, a boat coming to them, and Roman saw it curiously. In the deck of the boat, there we see two people. One of them is old man-like third-class Santa. By the way, boat stop in front of them. And old man says loudly, why you weren't coming. Beak Seyuns wave his hand and call him Dean. After hearing that, Roman thinking, who is this Dean? Seyuns calls Roman and say, hurry up, let's go together. But our big boy stays still. Dean say leave him alone. Maybe his mind must be moved for his body to move. But suddenly Roman speak and says, who are you? I said, who are you, Dean? Dean tell him we have no name. Sometime later he turns around and say, I am going to see the end of my revenge, and also good luck for your revenge to Sionis. Another side, Seyuns look sad. Other side, we see Soohyun fathers crying loudly in his car. Suddenly someone informed his bodyguard that President daughter Jang Sejong was flown out of the military base on the day of the incident. Bodyguard also says she is expected to arrive at Incheon Airport tomorrow. After hearing that, so Soohyun father got furiously angry and loudly he cursed them. Somewhere in the rooftop we see Roman interrogating some bullies people after beating them. They say Jung Sejong tomorrow she will be arrived at Incheon Airport, and they beg for their life. After confirming the location, Roman threw him back to the floor. Same time we see National Assembly of the South Korea. Jung Sejong father taking presidential oath. He says, I shall abide by the Constitution and protect my country. The promotion of the peaceful motherland and welfare of the people, he continued bragging. Other side, Roman jumping one building to another building like a Hulk, heading for the Incheon International Airport. After arriving close to the airport, he speeds up and directly smashed to the airport ground. After landing, Roman surrounding people is called his name, it's Roman 11, and started to running away from him. Suddenly someone drop a phone, and in the phone Roman sees that presidential oath. But he remains unfazed and worked away. Other side, Jung Sejong waiting for plane. His bodyguard says don't log in to any blogs or social media. Don't use any instant messaging service either. Also, she says for your safety we'll be replacing your studies with extracurriculars power. Don't contact any neighbors and don't make any friends your age. Don't stay in the same place for more than 1 year. In the airport headhunter we see the same old man, third-class Santa. He talking with this subordinate. He said, how should I respond? He's not a kid that you can block easily. Old man says we need to save that for later, that won't work if we use it more than once. While they're talking, they watching Roman from CCTV. They say if we make any mistake we'll be the one to die. Jung Sejong side, some agent come and asking, are you Agent Nam Hajung? They are from airport security and please follow us because Roman has already stormed into the airport. After hearing that, Jang Sejong and the body cut shock in fear. Roman side, he's slowly going for his target and the civilian just running away from him. Suddenly Roman stop and see that old man in front of him. Old man says, this is unfortunate, to think that we would meet again like this. Roman remains silent as usual. He says he want to ask a favor. And the favor is, can you possibly let Jung Sejong go this time? For the future of this country, he said to build that country. Jung Sejong must be alive to negotiate with the current government. But we know that's not going to work. Roman says, did you think you could keep me here alone? Old man continues his bragging to not kill Jung Sejong. But Roman silently look at him and says, I don't care about government negotiation. Also, this is the last time I will ask you to talk about the Sion as a shield. Roman says if you do something like this again, even if you mention Sion name 100 times, I kill you. Hearing that old man's sweat begin to flow, and then Roman walk away from him. Jung Sejong and airport security team hastily going. Sejong bodyguards say, "Where are we going? Are you sure it's a route?" In replay, security team says they're fully aware of that situation, so don't worry. That assuring them that Roman can't find this route, because they're going to use unofficial route. Other side of the airport, military are preparing for Roman 11. Commander saying his soldier that Roman is considered the most dangerous terrorist now. You have by order to shoot on sight, so stay alert. But suddenly soldier shaking in fear, because behind the commander Roman 11 standing, and he just say one word, move. After hearing that commander fall to the ground and Roman heading on his way. But from behind commander point is gone to shoot Roman, but instantly Roman come and finishing off. Roman speed up and dash through forward and break the glass and come to airport runway. When he looked other side of the airport runway, he sees the bully Jung Sejong. Roman shouted his name, Jung Sejong, and he starts running to the bully. Other side there also entered hastily to the plane. Roman thinking he won't be able to reach them even if he jumps, and plane also taking off. Then Roman 11 stopped and grabbed sword, then target the plane and throw his sword all his might, and it successfully hit the plane. The plane got out of balance, and that's why it's crashed on the runway. Suddenly many force come to Roman and surround him. The saying that he have no weapon, so we will stop Roman 11 here on the orders of the dean, and then they start shooting. But he smashed them in one hit, and with a jump he lands to the bully Jung Sejong behind. After seeing him, Jung Sejong screams, start running away from him. But again, Roman jump and land in front of them, and start smiling menacingly. Jung Sejong start crying in fear, and his bodyguard also shaking. Other side Roman calls his name Jung Sejong. Again, their many police van arrives and many special forces come out from the police van and surround Roman. That time bully girl Jung Sejong says she is sorry. She says it's all his fault. What I did to you and Sion. I think of it as something that can never be forgiven, but please give me a chance to make up for my mistake. Don't kill me, she cried and say it. Then Roman says you want to live. He says, Sejong bodyguard, as long as you are not in my way, I no intention of killing anyone. Who isn't my target? However, if you attack, I will kill you. After hearing that Sejong's bodyguard grit his teeth and left Sejong. Jung Sejong crying and saying, just one thing, please save me. Save me, anyone. She says, do you not know who I am? I am the president's daughter. Why is no one helping me? You are the police, you are the army, hurry up and help me. But Roman has no time to hear that this nonsense, to lift his sword to the air. And one strike he got him into 2 pieces. Roman smiling and thinking mom, dad, Sion, and now there's no one left. In Rain Suhyun's father standing and thinking your dad will get revenge for you. I will return more painful and terrible death than the pain that you suffered, and there will be no exception. To those who turned a blind eye to your wrongful death, I will make them pay for what they did. After the funeral was over, the brave families requested to hold a press conference, and in the last few days an announcement was made to the murderer Roman 11. With anger that children were brutally murdered, the families condemned the incompetent government, and how it fails to protect its people. Other than the first victim and the president's daughter with a few days, the citizens there was started by the tragedy that left almost all their friends killed. However, this was just the beginning of the controversy. In the process of them being killed, the news forecast on the 100 of innocent military and police casualties, there was seeding public opinion. Those who looked to Roman 11 as a hero or not him disappeared. Other people wanted Roman 11 to be seen as a terrorist who distributed law and order. Consider it as an evil that returned the safety of the nation and its people. Roman 11 become a public enemy. President seeing in his tablet how his daughter get killed and crying. He says, Sujong, my kind daughter, your dad is sorry. He grits his teeth and thinking in his mind, I will make sure to get revenge. You wait for me in heaven. That time someone come to President room. He is the head of the National Intelligence Service Park Song-kyun. He introduced another man, yet that the same old man. He says, my name is Young Yanjung. President asked him, is there any way to kill that bastard? Old man says it's possible. After hearing that president's eyes, I got light up and say, what do you need to finishing him off? Old man silently sees him and say first, we will arrive to arrest Young Da-hoon, who is still alive, and the continue they are planning. In the city, we see special force military, all of them are fighting, and the opponent is Ramen 11. Higher-ups order them to retreat, but Roman shouted, don't retreat. After hearing that soldier got confused, someone walking middle of the soldier to Roman 11, and say, this is why you need to have athletic experience. He says, I will go against you big and strong isn't all the matters kid. Your skills are matter, he mentioned Roman. He says, I am the former boxing world champion, awarding your spontaneous attacks would be a piece of cake. How about you give it a go? After saying that he got a fighting stand, he said, this is the fight between you and me. But maybe guys, he doesn't know what means father is. Roman hit him in the face, and he fly away to the 3rd floor. I think that's the fastest way to get 3rd floor. Roman 11 look up to the building and see there is 4 helicopter, and inside the one of the helicopters we see the last bully. Suddenly, the 4 helicopters flew away to the 4 direction to confused Roman. After seeing that Roman jumped to the bully's floor, and after seeing that jump soldier thinking what the hell we are doing here, Roman sees the bully's picture, and thinking in his mind, keep trying to run away wherever you go, wherever you hide, I will find you and I will kill you. We see one of the helicopter land middle of the forest. 3 people exit from helicopter. They are presidents and 2 hooligans. Presidents say, where are we going? There is nothing in this area. But old man says there is a military unit of there, so this place will be off to below that hill. They entered the jeep and go through the big tunnel. Chief of Defense say, we will arrive it soon, so I will explain the details then, so don't worry, President. Sometime later, when he looked in front of him, there is a massive door. He thinks, what is this facility? Suddenly door open, and he sees big military base. Old man says this place will capture Roman 11. President got angry and say, what are you planning to do? If it's the Roman 11, he can easily destroy the place. A person who will not explode even if shot with missile in a place like this Roman can easily escape. But old man says we have a scenario to neutralize Roman 11. But President didn't calm down. Old man insists it is the method that has already been verified. President got confused. Old man explained strength, speed, sense a body that has accident the limits of humans. There was a person before who was similar to Roman 11. President asked before then when. Old man replied it happened 30 years ago. President shouted at him, don't talk nonsense, then how come nobody knows? Everyone in the country is in panic from a guy like Roman 11. Even I haven't had about this before. Old man calmly says back, then it was easy to hide from the public, it was not easy like it is today. For a regular person to be obtained information. Old man walks to President and says there was some slight work done. The citizens remember it differently and you know who it is. President thinks someone I know. Who is he? Then old man says the code name Marchai. When President hear that name, President got shocked and asked Director Park. Director Park says at one point Maruchi was the Korean CIA's top agent. President say then where is that person is now? Old man is stop him and say he's dead now. Maruchi is no longer in this world. President angrily say if that person was an agent of the Korean CIA, then that means he was working for the country, why was he eliminated? If that person was not eliminated, then he can help us now. But old man says to be accurate, the group responsible for running this plan back then was not the government. The North Koreans worried and start plan to capture Maruchi. Maruchi successfully destroy 3 North Korean military squad all by himself, and back then he was younger than Roman 11. Other side, we see Roman walking on the road, and suddenly he saw Nun'Gwang Middle High School. It's a school where Roman 11 studied. He jumps and go to the school rooftop and thinking the past, not only bully also school teachers give him hard time. He sees the place where they bullied him. He angrily thinking they bully him every day but no one come to help him, because the whole is school belongs to them. He screamed in anger and grit his fist, then he smashes the school building with one strike. We see in President House, the president calls last bully and his parents. Bully's parents are begging him to save his child and the president is also giving him hope. President said that all the children died. My only daughter also died, and now you have your only son left. Don't you think you would have to do everything to keep him alive? We see the last bully's name is Young Da-hoon and his father Young Hyun-suk is Nan Financial Holdings saving bank owner. President told them that even this place isn't safe now. After hearing that bully and his parents, sweat began to flow. President said according to the unit commander, seeing as you move as a family unit, maybe this is the reason this location was discovered. He also said because the only person Tak Seung is aiming for is Da-hoon. We are planning to first take just Da-hoon to a hideout that we have prepared. Da-hoon's father also says, I agree, we have to do that, of course. And he crying and thanking to the president. Sometime later, President and Da-hoon entered in an army jeep, President assuring him that everything will be fine. He angrily says everything will be fine, so don't worry. Next, we see Tak Seung exiting from bully's destroyed building and noticed an army jeep. Other side, we see President and Da-hoon already reached the bunker. Da-hoon was hesitating, but President assuring him that this location would be hard to find. Even for Tak Seung, you will need to stay here for a little while. And he also says, do not worry, we will capture him and kill him. In Tak Seung's side, we see a military man revealing Young Da-hoon's location and saying please stop killing innocent policemen and soldiers. Tak Seung replied, I know this, but the ones who attacked me fast were you guys. And the ones that sided with those devilish people is you guys. After talking with military man, then he jumped and headed towards to Da-hoon location. Next, we see inside the massive military bunker. They are all preparing to capture Tak Seung. Director Kim saying to President that was there really need to do that kind of work by yourself. President replied, when doing something big, it's better to do it properly by oneself. If I didn't go, Young Hyun-suk handed his son over so easily. Director Kim evilly laughed and said your assessment is correct. Other side, we see Da-hoon is crying and saying I just want to be with my father. Please let me out of here. I said let me out. And all of that was watching President by CCTV. President asking to that old man, do you think Tak Seung will be fooled? Old man replied as long Young Da-hoon is here, Tak Seung will have no choice but to come. President say what will happen when Tak Seung will know that this is a trap. Old man coldly says then it doesn't have to be the bait. After hearing that President looked at him and got frightened. That time someone send a message that we have confirmed Tak Seung has entered the premises. Old man grabs the phone and say once Tak Seung is inside, start the plan without delay. And the soldier replied, understood. We see Da-hoon crying and saying loudly, open the door, let me out of here. I don't want to subscribe Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel. In top of the hill Tak Seung was standing. After hearing that Da-hoon didn't subscribe Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel. Tak Seung get angry and jump high in the air, then grab his sword with two hands and throw all his might to Da-hoon's bunker. After that there is a massive explosion and because of that all the traps are destroyed. With that loud sound Young Da-hoon was so scared. Suddenly Tak Seung come in front of the door where Da-hoon was staying. Seung opened door with his bare hand. And you see Young Da-hoon face. That how happy he is. Military commander command that seal the entrance with remaining explosives. After that they blast the bomb and block the entrance. Seung also see that but he doesn't care. Seung menacingly laugh and say then shall we get started. Da-hoon. After that, Seung punch him into the chest, and you can see that with just a punch, Da-hoon's battery showing low. By the way, after that punch, Seung crush his hand with his foot, and Da-hoon scream loudly. Seung say him angrily to get up. When Da-hoon gets up, then Seung punch him to his other hand, and Da-hoon get crush into the wall. With that, Da-hoon two hand got crippled. After that, Seung grab his throat, but suddenly he noticed his vision got blurry, and Da-hoon started to laugh loudly. All of this watching President and the old man through the CCTV. President asked the old man, is it something like poison gas or biochemical weapon? Old man replied, weapon like that won't work on Tak Seung. Not only his physic, but his immune system is also far superior to the average human. After hearing that, President got confused and asked then what we are doing now. Old man says him calmly that this isn't poison. It is drugs. President got shocked. Old man continued to say that we are spraying in 500 kilograms of methamphetamine. After hearing that, President thinking this amount when converted to money, it will be countless thousand. Old man also says if he has the physic many times superior to the average human. You may think that you are no match, but if you think about it another way, you may deduce the answer. For example, his vision, which is many times better than the average person, will become a hindrance. Then we switch to Seung's side. We see that Seung beat him too badly, that we can't recognize Da-hoon's face. Seung lastly say him, goodbye. I will see you in hell. And with the last punch, Seung destroyed Da-hoon's body. After that, Tak Seung said, Mom, Dad, Seung, I killed all of them now, but suddenly his head start hurting. Then when he stepped in the trap, that time old man shouted, start now. Seung start to fall down through the long tunnel. He tried to grab the wall, but he can't. He saw the oil in the wall. When Seung falling down, he saw those three Pokemon, President and his mans. After Seung fall to the ground, old man command to proceed. Then soldier throw so many flash grenades. Old man explained in a sealed area that increased vision and hearing and the flash grenade will reduce it. The result of that, Seung feeling weak and goes into his knees. After seeing that, President shouted to old man that hurry up and kill him right now. What are you hesitating for? But old man silently says even though his sense is dulled, missile and guns still don't work on him. If you want to be sure in finishing of Tak Seung, we have to proceed as we planned. Director Kim say to the old man that the strong countries all over the world are racing to obtain Tak Seung. If possible, we should extract his blood. But Governor Yang, old man say Tak Seung's senses will adapt perfectly after this attempt. If he escapes, we really won't have a way to capture him again. But will you still go for it? After hearing that, Director Kim remains silent. Old man says, then we will proceed with the final step. Then from the roof we see some liquid pouring towards on Seung. President say, what is this? Old man answers him that it's cement. He also says in water a bullet is able to perform as needed and cement is stronger than water. His movement within the cement will become nullified, and because he can't move, he can't exert his strength, so he will end up just flailing. Old man also says before he regains his senses, we have to finish everything. Other side we see Seung floating in cement, but suddenly he saw himself in another world. He looking everywhere but can't see anything. Then someone call him from behind and say him to go back. After hearing that voice, Seung thinking I have heard it before. Seung say, you are the one from my memory. That man was heavily injured and his behind is some big and ugly monster. That mysterious man says Seung to go back, it's still too early for you to fight Ireb. After hearing that word, Ireb, Seung got confused. Mysterious man says do not prove your weakness with death. Only hatred moves mountains. The one with the endless fighting spirit shall receive the sword's blessing. Then Seung suddenly vanished from that place. And that man also says when we meet again? Outside of the bunker, we see some soldier trying to pull out the Seung sword. Soldier are talking each other about this sword. Then suddenly sword starts shaking and soldier get fly away from the sword because of the blast. Inside the concrete, we see Seung open his eyes and loudly scream. With that is scream sound president and his people get scared. Outside of the bunker, Seung's sword also moving. Soldier reporting that sword is gone. Whole bunker is shaking. Then we see a blast behind the president. When they all look behind, they see Seung's sword. Old man immediately say we have to leave. Hurry and get out of this place now. The sword dash towards to Seung's side and start hitting the hard cement. In a few moments, sword destroys Seung's surrounding cement. The other side, those 3 Pokemon trying to flee away with army jeep. Old man shouted in phone, battalion commander, the plan has failed. Tak Seung will be escaping soon. Battalion commander reply, we have finished preparation. Outside the bunker, we see so many soldiers and war tank. Bunker door open and the Zeep come out. Those 3 trying to reach the helipad. But maybe they don't know how first Seung is. Seung throw his sword and sword cuts trees, then going towards to military jeep and hit it. After that, president exit from the jeep and see Seung standing in front of him. Old man also sees that president shouted to Seung that being back my daughter. Seung remained silent and say then what about my parents? He placed his sword on top of the president. Seung moves his hand and sword hit the president. Then president meets his daughter. Director Kim grabbed the gun and starts shooting towards Seung. In reply, Seung moves his finger. With one swing of the sword, director Kim's head got cut off. But you can see the old man ran away successfully. In the Blue House, we see all the top officials in meeting, and they're discussing how should we stop Tak Seung. Suddenly someone say, where is the president during time like this? At the moment, president's secretary come to meeting and say, just now she received a report that President Kang Sol died in duty. After hearing that, all officials get tensed and say we can't have another election again. Then what do we do now? Suddenly behind from president's secretary, someone come and say, don't be panicked. By the way guys, it looked like a zombie more than human. Comment, what do you think? All officials look at him. Secretary thinking that's right, there is the former leader of the ruling party. A member of Congress that has been elected 8 times. The one that really holds all the power, and his name is Jang Young Hu Nim. And also, he is the father of the dead president. Jang Young who tell all of them, it is fine if you do the press conference letter. First, according to the law, it is the prime minister that should be taking over the government. This all happened because Seung Chul ignored my orders and acted alone. He also says, don't do stupid things, you just need to follow my commands. With that, all the officials stand up and say one word. Yes, sir. In the top of the mountain, someone spying on Tak Seung. She says, this is worse than what I saw in the videos though. And she is Russian spy agent Julia. So many military vehicle, tank also helicopter come to kill Seung. Seung jump high in the air and grab the helicopter. One pilot jump and another one says, where shall I escort you? Tak Seung told him to go to the Blue House. Pilot shaking in fear and obeyed his command. Before entering the city, Seung tell him to follow the south straight along the Han River. Pilot shaking and saying him it's better to go around the long way. In the area near the capital, subunits of the air defense bridge were scattered around and monitor the air 24 hours a day. Moreover, a report has been made about this helicopter, so they will fire without warning. This is just a suicide. He also says, I heard that you were fine even when you are hit by a shell. But you won't be fine if you fell from this high of an altitude. It may seem like there isn't anything in the Han River, but it's not like that. They will already know that we are on the way. Moreover, in the metropolitan area, even if you fly at an altitude of less than 3 km, you will still be spotted by the radars. But Seung say one thing that is Han River. And pilot thinking, God damn it, he has superpower, but what about me? Sometime later, when they reach the bridge, military starts shooting and also launch several missiles towards the helicopter. In reply, Seung moves his finger with that sword cut through all the missile and protect the helicopter. After seeing that, ground military force gets shocked and the pilot got confused. Because of the sword, no missile can reach the helicopter. Then Seung showing the way to the pilot, and pilot follow his command. Capital Defense Command Center Superior shouting to his subordinate that, "Why can't you shoot down a single helicopter? Use whatever means to shoot it down." Because of all the ruckus, Seung get angry and shouted to all of them that don't disturb me. And the one swing of the sword, he destroyed all the differences. In the blue house, we see Jang Young, who placing his hand to the desk and thinking about his son. After finally placing you in the position you wanted, but you foolish one to leave this world before your father. Secretary come and say him that I have received a report that Tak Seung is headed in this direction. You have to evacuate. Jang Young who sighed and replied, "Understood." In other side, we see helicopter get hit by bullet in many places, so it starts to crash. Seung grab the pilot and jump towards to the blue house. You can see the pilot face that how much he is enjoying. With the help of his sword, he speed up and he look behind and see wounded civilian. Sometime later, he finally reaches the blue house and land in front of the gate. They're already soldier waiting for him. They loaded their machine gun and command all of them do whatever you can to stop him. We will not allow any for the embarrassment. Stop Tak Seung this instant. Tak Seung come forward and say whoever wants to die. Shoot at me. After hearing that all the military soldier and Blue House Special Security Team shaking in fear. In the Capital Defense Command Center, where all the military officials are discussing how to stop Tak Seung. They saying currently the indiscriminate bombardment of the 1st Air Defense Artillery has resulted in hundreds of civilian casualties. If this continues, our credibility will hit rock bottom. You want to shell the middle of Seoul. Are you insane? Then are you saying you should let it be? Isn't this situation where the function of the whole government is paralyzed because of one terrorist? Then you are saying we should blow the Blue House to smithereens and boast to the whole world our government is incompetent. That chef of security Joe Myung-hak saying all of them. Politics Chief Min Hyung-teek reply that are you saying the sight of us handing one man the heart of the country doesn't look incompetent? In the middle of that someone say we should first converse with Tak Seung. In reply all of them saying him does this look like the time for diplomacy? What kind of conversation could be had with a baby whose blood has barely even dried from its head? But Political Affair Chief Young Jin Suk replied calmly that whether it's possible to be a conversation with him or not, someone should go out there and make an attempt to. And wouldn't that buy us some time to evacuate or secure the citizen? All of you think about is whether to bomb or not bomb. What you think about the safety of Seoul's citizens. After having that all get silent, Jang Young who call him and tell him to elaborate on what this plan of yours is. In the news we see they are saying Tak Seung, who is currently occupying the Blue House, has not shown his face since entering. The military has declared full martial law while encircling the Blue House from inside and out. In the process of Tak Seung occupying the Blue House, the number of civilian casualties risen into hundreds. According to a statement from the military, Tak Seung seized the military helicopter and went on an indiscriminate rampage with the intent of killing the president, using the lives of civilians as a collateral. All of this watching hospital nurse Kim Bo-ra. She turned off the TV and thinking about Seung. Suddenly someone knocked his door. She asks, "Who is it?" They replied, "You might be he, one university hospital's nurse Kim Bo-ra." She says, "Yes, I am. What is it?" They unlock the door and say, "Hello, ma'am. This is the police. Won't you open this door for me? I have something to ask you about Tak Seung." She's shaking in fear and saying, "You aren't the police?" They start shouting at him and saying, "Just open the door. Why won't you open it?" Then suddenly someone shoot him in the head and the other two police also hit by the bullet. After that Seung show himself and say, "You are a bit slow. Unni?" In the Blue House, we see that same pilot wake up from his sleep and thinking it's maybe a dream. His name is Han Ji-hun and he is Air Force captain. But when he sees Tak Seung, he realized it's not a dream, and thinking why did I have to wake up now? This is crazy. I should have pretended to have been unconscious for longer. Suddenly, he looked in front of him and thinking, hold on, what is this place? Don't tell me it's the Blue House, and he is in big shock. In that moment, Tak Si-young asked him that there is something you need to do. In the Blue House outskirts in a military camp, that pilot reporting his higher-ups. They asked him, were you the one who flew the helicopter that Tak Si-young captured? And he replied positively. After that, 2 soldiers grounded him. They also say, Captain Han Ji-hun, this act of treason against your country, you will be investigated by the military court prosecutors to hold a court-martial. They capture him and start to take him away. Suddenly, Tak Si-young threw his sword to the military campground, and then he rescued the Captain Han. Because of that, all soldiers surround Tak Si-young. Before they start firing, Si-young jump and gone. Sometime later, military commander shouting at him that Captain Han, Tak Si-young raided our command base because he was looking for you. Are you really trying to commit treason? Captain Han reply in fear that I was told to deliver a message from him word for word. He loudly says this is for future negotiation. If anyone lays a hand on Han Ji-hun, I will not spare you all. He crying and saying that. By the way, guys, that was funny. After hearing that, all present military officials get tensed. We see Tak Si-young watching that from rooftop of the Blue House ad. We see some government officials come to meet Roman 11. Senior Secretary of Political Affairs Min Hyun-teik, Chief of National Security Jo Myung-hak, and Senior Secretary of Public Relations Jeong Jin-sok. All exit from the car, and they see in front of the Blue House main door Captain Han is waiting. Captain Han show them the way. Sometime later, they finally meet with Roman 11. After seeing him, their sweat begins to flow. They try to say, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. After hearing that, Captain Han thinking what type of pleasure they are talking about when they are meeting with a terrorist. They start introducing themselves by saying, I am the Senior Secretary of Public. That time, Romans stop their talking and say, I have just 2 demands. Everyone in Seoul must leave the city without exception, and all national department heads must gather here. Roman also says you have until midnight tomorrow to finish these tasks. Sometime later, we see they are heading back from the Blue House. In the car, they are shaking in anger, and they say his demands are too unreasonable. Senior Secretary of Public Relations Jeong Jin-sok remained silent. Then he says mobilizing all the military troops from the city in itself is a tall order, but telling us to evacuate around 10 million people from Seoul in 18 hours is ridiculous. Then other 2 officials start cursing Roman 11. Other side, Captain Han asks Roman 11 if there is a reason for which you want everyone in Seoul to leave. Roman silently says that Seoul will soon become a battlefield. I don't want innocent people to get mixed up in this and die. Sometime later, they return to the Capital Defense Command Center. All other officials are asking about meeting with Roman 11. Prime Minister and Acting President Lee Jun-hyop said, what did Roman specially ask for? After hearing about Roman 11 demands, they all looked depressed. One of them said that we need to shift our government base and national councils to Gwacheon or Sejong before anything else happens. In reply, another man says that's the move you want to make right now. You are saying we can evacuate 10 million people by midnight. Senior Secretary of Public Relations Jeong Jin-sok shouted to them by saying that we have to at least make a show of doing it. Who knows what he will do if he gone crazy again. Amid all the commotion, the old man remained silent. Another place, we see Sion's shooting the door lock and saying, I am Roman 11's best friend. She also says you realize they weren't cops, right? Those pank who come here had to kidnap you are from Aegis Security. She also said, would you like to come with me? A few moments later, they are going down the stairs. Some military force came up to catch them. Because of that, Sion's drop a grenade towards them. In a second, grenade blast and kill all the soldiers. After seeing that scene, nurse Kim Bora shaking in fear. We see in an unknown place lots of Chinese secret agents come to catch Baek Sion. Chinese secret agent Chan Yonhwa says it isn't getting 100 people a bit too much. Her comrade Wang Qiucheng reply that The other side will be teeming with troops soon. Those punk from the Middle East will just pop in for a while, so keep an eye out. That's why we should overshadow them with our numbers." But suddenly a man came out from that house and was smiling menacingly. Sometime later we see that field with crops. All the Chinese secret agents were killed by that man. In the Capital Defense Command Center, they received a report that all forces of the Capital Defense were destroyed around the Han River. Some of the special operation troops were ambushed all over the city. Jang Young-ho says, "Have you prepared?" They replied, "Yes, sir. We have got all the firepower concentrated on the coordinates of the Blue House. We are fully prepared to do it." In the Blue House, Captain Han thinking, why aren't they doing anything? There is no evacuation order. There is not much time left until midnight. He also asks himself, but what am I? Am I a hostage? Then Roman 11 come from his behind and say, "Let's go." Captain Han get confused and thinking, where do you want to go? Few time later, the military reports that Roman 11 has left the Blue House. I repeat, Roman 11 has left the Blue House. In the military truck, we see they are going. Captain Han thinking, shouldn't you at least tell me where to go? Suddenly, Roman says go straight. When the captain sees people walking around freely, he thinks, why are people playing outside at a time like this? Aren't they alerted? Or else the alert system didn't work. It's a matter of evaporation. He has already taken over the Blue House. Is it really the time to fool around? He cursed the people. One helicopter following them and reporting that Roman 11 seems to be moving to the National Assembly. The National Assembly. I repeat, Roman 11 is heading to the National Assembly. Military chief thinking, why is he heading to the National Assembly this time? There are no troops there. But suddenly someone reported him to the chief. It's not the National Assembly. Roman 11 passed the National Assembly. After hearing that, military chief again gets shocked and thinking then where he is going now. In the BTN Broadcasting Corporation. They shouting, it's a breaking news. Roman 11 is moving to the National Assembly right now. TV broadcasting reporter starts saying, "Hello, I am Kim Ju-young of BTN News." According to the breaking news, Roman 11. That time behind the TV reporter glass broke and all the people got scared. All the people looked in the smoke. Suddenly Roman 11 come out from the smoke and all the people start saying it's Roman 11. Captain Han run away and come to the broadcasting manager and he says, turn on the camera and broadcast the news. Do you want to see me die? We see the same old man standing somewhere and his subordinate reporting about Roman 11. That yesterday he took the Blue House. All government and politicians, including Jang Yang-ho, have been evacuated. An old man thinking Roman 11 is so unpredictable. He also asks about Mayal. His subordinate replied Mayal was awake again. He's been injected with serum and he is recovering fast. Old man also wants to know where is Seong HWA yet. Subordinate reply, I think he isn't answering me on purpose and 3 samples and serum were stolen from Kukiwen laboratory. Then he handed a tablet to the old man. Old man watches Seong HWA stealing medicine from the laboratory. Other side, after broadcasting, they are moving and Captain Han thinking, why did he want to make innocent citizens suffer? They have nothing to do with this. To be honest, when I first heard his speech, I was glad that he was doing this. But why is he threatening citizens who have nothing to do with it? To get revenge on the government. But he can go to higher places and do whatever he wants. Is he just venting his anger? These all the questions are spinning in Captain Han's mind. Then they arrive at the elevator side. Captain Han asked Roman, are you going back to the Blue House? Roman say, no, I am going to get a helicopter first. The Captain Han agreed and clicked the elevator button. When elevator door opens, Captain Han and Roman sees inside the elevator, there is already an unknown man standing. Captain Han tried to tell that man to get off quickly. Why aren't you getting off? But that man remained silent. Then the lift door closed. Captain Han thought, is he blind? Roman 11 is right in front of you. Suddenly he notices that no button is pressed. Then why didn't that unknown man get off when we were getting in the elevator? Suddenly, that man injecting an unknown medicine into his body, and the Captain Han noticed it. After that, we see his killing intent and his laughing menacingly. Roman looked behind. Surprisingly, that man kicked Roman's chest with all his might, but Roman didn't react. After that, he again makes a front kick, and then with a powerful drop kick, Roman 11 goes into his knees. Captain Han thinking what is happening. In an instant, did he beat the undefeated Roman 11. Roman 11 sighed and stand up, then launched a massive punch to that man. But he missed, but that unknown man hit Roman in eyes. With that, they start fighting each other. Because of that fight, elevator wire broke, and it is going down with its full force. By the way, guys, you can see how happy Captain Han is when the elevator lands to the ground with a loud boom. Roman get kicked out. He breaks the elevator door and flies away. That unknown man trying to confuse Roman with his speed, then decided to launch an attack from the Roman 11s behind. But Roman 11 grabs his throat in an instant. Roman says, "I need to tell you something first. I have an appointment now." That man saw a Roman sword missing from his back, and thinking where it is. When found out, it is too late to avoid it. With one hit of the sword, his chapter ends. Then Roman 11 says to Captain Han to move on. When they are gone, that unknown man injects another medicine to his body and laughs. Sometime later, when Roman and Captain Han reach the top of the building and see their helicopter is missing, Captain Han say, "Looks like the people in the broadcasting station to the helicopter." Captain Han thinking, "What do you want me to do about it? If you want me to get a helicopter, do you think I can just pull it out of nowhere?" Roman points his finger in the sky and says, "I am talking about that helicopter." Captain Han trying to see in the sky, where is the helicopter? We see there is indeed a helicopter, and unluckily those two hooligans who are spying on Roman 11. Suddenly, they notice the Captain Han waving his hand at them. They are confused and saying at this altitude, "How did he spot us?" Another pilot takes the binocular and says, "I will check it out. Don't lower the altitude." He sees that Captain Han trying to saying them, "Land here and subscribe Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel." By the way, pilot saying, "Isn't that a suicide mission? Why would you land in front of that monster?" They look to the left side of their helicopter, and there is already Roman 11's sword pointing to them. Few moments later, we see that two pilots standing on the building rooftop and cursing themselves. On the other side, Captain Han say to Roman, "Where you want to go?" Roman replied, "To the nearest bridge." Captain Han thinking about citizens. If it's the closest bridge, it's Mapo Bridge. In Defense Command Center Secretary saying, "We have received a report that Roman 11 is told the helicopter and has left the broadcasting station." After hearing that, they all get frustrated. Suddenly, she got another report that Mapo Bridge got destroyed. After destroying the Mapo Bridge, Roman 11 commanded the Captain Han to go to the next bridge. Captain Han shaking in fear. In a TV report, we see a reporter saying that Roman 11, a terrorist who illegally occupied a blue house and cost 100 casualties, is now on the run, and the destruction of Mapo Bridge, the main road connecting Seouls. Suddenly, another report come. She says it's a breaking news. Mapo Bridge, Segang Bridge, and Wonhyo Bridge were destroyed. Roman 11 was caught on camera destroying the Yanghua Bridge just now. Roman 11 is moving in a helicopter, and he is committing sabotage without hesitation. People are thinking, is he trying to cut off all the Han River's bridges? It's been less than 10 minutes since the news came out, and he has already destroyed so many bridges. Then, will everyone in Gangbuk be get trapped? Some people watching that on TV, and they didn't care. They say, "What do you think? That's going to cost a fortune to rebuild the bridge." His wife said, "Shouldn't we get out of Seoul too?" But his daughter said she didn't care. She was supposed to meet his friends in Hongdae. Suddenly, a breaking news came that prisoners have escaped from Seoul Southern Prison and Seoul Detention Center. There are many phone calls coming in, but no police appear to be on the move, which is likely to worsen the situation. They also say, citizens should not go out and they should thoroughly crack down on security and stay in their rooms. After that, the family shakes in fear and sees how prisoners are committing crime now. Burglary and mass assaults have been happening everywhere. There are reports of a series of arsons in cars and shops. They noticed that Roman XI's fear would not allow the police to conduct proper policing. After seeing that scene, you can shout and say, "Pack your things now. Let's get out of here before it's too late." In the Defense Command Center, all the officials are seeing public security has now collapsed. Citizens who felt insecure and threatened should get home quickly. South Korea's capital city has fallen. Down Seoul is in full chaos. After all of that, Roman XI went back to the Blue House. Captain Han looked at the city and it's burning. He thinking, Roman XI, is this what you wanted Korea to look like this? The other side in the Defense Command Center secretary says Ambassador Grant said Roman XI was planning a terrorist attack in downtown Seoul yesterday. He has already returned to his home country in response to emergency measures. Current Prime Minister says, as the President's deputy, I will contact the United States Force Korea. But old man Jang Haung says, I am going to call them myself. We see in the Pentagon they are watching the previous part of this Manhwa. They are discussing about Roman. Someone said, is there a way for our military to defeat him? Another man says maybe we can ask the DARPA guys and they will have the answer. Another man with lots of hair say, well, they always make a lot of weird stuff. Lady says Paul made a one-time deal with whatever request he made in return for protecting his relatives. Blonde hair guys say wasn't surplus too small for a one-time deal? His relative was an American citizen sent. We have already secured him, and even if he asked for more. Black guy stops him and says don't forget about the topic at hand. Roman XI killed the president of his country and seized his official residence by force. Imagine if it wasn't Korea, it was America and Washington. Blonde hair guys smile and say although Korea is a military power, but there is no way to compare them with us. In reply, he says what if he set foot on the mainland by his own will? What would you do then if he did the same thing to us? Are you planning on dropping a nuclear weapon on the mainland? Suddenly someone come and report him. Commander, we have received a request for direct assistance from the Korean government's acting president. In reply, the commander thought and told the United States forces Korea to withdraw as soon as possible. He also says the United States has an agreement with Roman XI, so tell them to withdraw all their troops before we get in trouble. His subordinate agreed, but trying to say then the acting president of South Korea's reply. Commander say, let it go. I am sure they will understand that if we don't reply it's better not to hurt each other. Sometime later, Korean officials watching USA official press briefing. They say our mission is to defend Korea's freedom and democracy. Together with South Korea, we will curb North Korea's attacks and provocations and protect the Korean people from war. The personal revenge of individuals has led to the Korean government facing an unfortunate port situation at the casualties of the President of the Republic of Korea and the citizens of Seoul. I am very sorry to hear that. But this is not a provocation situation by an enemy invasion, and it is not a crisis that causes casualties as a deterrent to war. The South Korean military position is that there is a factor that can infringe on South Korea independent national rights, so there is no need to be misunderstood through active measures. But I hope that the decision of our military will be an opportunity for friendship between the United States and Korea so that Korea can become more united. The basic framework of the Korea-US alliance is based on trust, as a promised eternal partnership. Guys, this is like after breaking up with my girlfriend and then she saying we will remain friends. By the way, someone comes and reports that Roman XI destroyed the main line of defense near the Han River. It was fully destroyed. Everyone needs to be evacuated to the rear of the metropolitan area. Old man Yong replied, I will not evacuate. I can't back down any longer. I need to meet Roman XI in person and talk to him. Roman XI sees the car from a helicopter. Then he jumps and lands on the ground. Ground reporter after seeing that saying it's a breaking news. The current Deputy President Lee Jun-hyop is facing Roman XI, the terrorist, who still don't know if we can reverse this situation through negotiations. Other side, he says, I am the Prime Minister Lee Jun-hyup. He is in fear, but still he says, now Roman 11, can't you just stop? I can't stop you. I don't have the strength to do that. I am just watching. If you come, the only way for us to be safe is to evacuate. That's something you know better than me. If there is anything wrong with it, it is the people involved in the past. You need to question those people who have punished you. Roman hears all of that but remains silent. We see the real one talking to Roman was the old man Jang Young-mim. He continued that the citizens have done nothing wrong. I am asking you this earnestly. I am not asking for forgiveness, but to the citizens of Seoul who have nothing to do with it. Please give them generosity. Stop attacking Seoul. Give peace back to the citizens. All of this happening in a live broadcast. Then finally we see Roman start to talk that. In the end, Jang Young-ho didn't show up after hearing that all of them get shocked. Roman also says if he doesn't show up, I will never stop either. You know, if this country protects him, I will destroy this whole place until he shows up. And reply, they say, why do you have to meet Jang Young-ho? But Roman reply, no, I have to kill him. Prime Minister trying to say this because he is the bully's grandfather? Roman calmly say, Jang Young-ho, I think you know why. You are the one who pushed my parents into a corner. It was done by your orders. Old man youngerly reply through Prime Minister that, don't act like a child. This doesn't bring your dead parents back to life. Of course, it was an unjust and terrible death. But that wasn't the fault of Seoul citizens and the Republic of Korea. How can you feel better when all the people in the world die and be unhappy? You just want to see Korea in a pile of shit, don't you? After hearing that Roman greet his teeth, he waves hand to call his sword. After that, the sword came to the ground with a loud boom. Then he grabs his sword and angrily says, I have told you. Bring Jang Young-ho's head here if you protect him. If you make a move, then Korea will become my enemy too. If you don't want to die, kill me. Either it's just you or the whole Korea. That's the only way to settle it. We see Roman 11 angrily shouting at Prime Minister that either it's over for Jang or the Korea. That's the only way to settle it. We see someone watching that from the roof of an unknown building. Suddenly, he received a call from someone and he received it. He say, I will get going, but I am going to see him first. That unknown caller is that old man. Old man said, are you talking about Roman 11? Unknown man said, didn't you hear what he just said? He's going to kill everyone. In reply, old man told him that, are you meeting him for that reason? After all those years of living while erasing your tracks. In reply, unknown man say, don't get me wrong. There is no reason for me to do this. It's only because of my brother, and so what you are not like you used to be anyway. And all this time and you can't find that girl. Well, maybe he deleted his identity so that he could live like a normal person. He also says, but Roman 11 keeps on shoving, I just want to protect the lives of ordinary people that my brother enjoys. Then he jumped from that tall building and land to the ground with a big blast. While doing that, he continued to talk on the phone. He say, if something happened to my brother, I will kill all of you. After that, he jump high and gone. In the Defense Command Center, someone report to Jang Young-ho that we found something that can stop Roman 11. And then he gave him the National Intelligence Service of South Korea's secret document. He said it is the only way to deal with Roman 11. Old Jang Young-ho opened the file, and there he sees two people's information. There we see the first one's name is Cha Jun-hyang. He is 16 years old. Other one name is Cha Aram, and she is also 16 years old. And they are agents of the National Security Agency. That man also reported that Cha Jun-hyang died in the line of duty during the joint operation. And Cha Aram has been missing all this time. He also says now there is a man named Young Yaon Jong. Guys, he means that old man. He is the person who delivered the document. It is best to take measures before meeting him, because I don't even know what he's going to say. Sometime later, we see the same old man Young Yaon Jong standing on the ship deck. His subordinates say, This guy doesn't seem like he can do anything to Roman 11. He also say, no one knows how Roman 11 became such a monster. But do you know how those two people who match him got that kind of power? After hearing all of that, he says someone's name Cha Shincap. His subordinate got confused. Old man continued to say, Cha Shincap taught that two boys alone in the mountains, and he is one of the people who made our appointment. His subordinate trying to say, I heard the brother and sister drive our organization to destruction. Old man agreed to his word, he also say. However, as the leader of our organization, Maruchi saved my life. That's how his face was scarred. In United States of America, in an unknown place, Roman 11's aunt is sitting in front of an American scientist. American scientist telling him that, your nephew Roman 11, who is in Korea, he's in a very bad position right now. As you can see Mr. Roman's picture from the video. Then he showed a Roman 11 video to his aunt. His aunt sees his nephew Roman threatening South Korea. Scientists also say, Mr. Roman is currently occupying the presidential residence in South Korea, and with his threatening demands, the Korean government and the military. All 10 million citizens of Seoul are trapped. After hearing that Roman aunt can't believe that, scientists say Miss Randall, I went to Korea a few days ago and had a conversation with Mr. Roman personally. He was so worried about you and your family even in the middle of a fight. So he requested us to do everything possible to protect you and your family. After hearing that Roman aunt started crying, he also say, Mr. Roman is now independent of his appearance. Even though he has been isolated at such a young age, no one is helping or supporting him except our government. Roman aunt starts sobbing. That time, scientist came to his side and petting his hand to Miss Randall's shoulder. And he say, Miss Randall, for the safety of your family and for Mr. Roman, I would like to ask you a favor. Roman aunt say, whatever the request, I would do anything for Roman. Then the scientist evilly laugh and say, don't stay in Korea without hope anymore. Come to America. Other side in Seoul. Criminals doing crime in daylight. The chaos of the city was caused by Roman 11. But this scene it was created by other people. In helicopter Captain Han thinking in just 2 days. They massacred all the place. Violence, looting, they are doing all sorts of crime. The weak fear the strong and the weak are suppressed, as if the suppressed emotions were exploding now. It was a moment when human nature was revealed. Roman looked down from the helicopter and see that lot of people beating one man. He jumped to the ground. After that, all the people look behind and see Roman 11 coming from the smoke. They shouting, it's Roman 11. Surprisingly, they are happy to see Roman. They are shouting his name loudly. Captain Han thinking just by seeing Roman they are cheering. Roman remains silent. One of the man with glasses say, Roman 11, you are our hero. We were able to gather up our courage when we saw you. Look at him. We have been killing all the people who have been harassing us. Without you, we would be beaten to death. After that, Roman say, I certainly said to not go out for any reason. After that, they say, what are you talking about? You led us. You killed all the people who bullied you. Then can't we kill the people who bullied us? Don't you know how we feel the most? We are beaten up every day for no reason. There was no one to help. No one understands our suffering. You know how it feels, how measurable and humiliating. Roman trying to say something. But that time someone from his behind say, it's ironic, isn't it? Roman swing his fist behind, but his opponent is too fast. He jump and sit in a small tower. That unknown man name is Cha Jun Hyung. Jun Hyung says say, what are you embarrassed about? Are you feeling something? Roman didn't answer him. Jun Hyung continued to say, I understand what they said, but do you think something is wrong with your mind? But if you admit that you are wrong, and you have done negative things so far. In reply, Roman 11 jumped from his place and come to hit him. Next we see all the bullies' parents are gathered in one place. They are contacting someone from foreign country. There we see Kim Yoo-jin saying there were talks of how you can only kill him with bombs. that can completely destroy the city, so it's impossible to escape. He also hesitantly says, "Is that really possible?" Yellow hair guy says, "Don't worry, I won't die. Until I kill him. I will burn him, like how we killed his mother." Lee Su Hyan say, "I think you know what to do." In reply, yellow hair guy say, "We can't just kill Roman 11 like this. We are going to detonate the bombs as far as we can. My poor son was innocent. When I handed my son over to those incompetent governments, they couldn't even protect him," he angrily said. In Defense Command Center, Young Yaon Jong meet Jang Young Ju Nim in Defense Command Center. Jeong Jinsak asks Young Yaon Jong, "What will happen if we can't control it? Then how will we control more than one problem?" In reply, old man Young Yaon says, "If you do not control it, then we will end up in a situation much worse than it is now. But if we find it and bring back Maruki Project back to life, after all, we have been developing it for a long time. But it is still not complete. I propose to return to the project in secret. We will find it in secret. Removing Roman 11 is the first priority." And then, Jang Young-ju was listening to all of that silently. Young Yaon continued to say, "We have been working on secret for the past 30 years. You will see the fruits of your country's sacrifice, and you will see that Korea has a chance to become the most powerful country in the world. After that, we back to Roman 11 and see a big blast." Someone watching that from a building rooftop. Suddenly something came flying to him and destroyed the rooftop, and he saw behind. It was Roman 11. Roman gets up and jumps to his enemy location. That poor man said, "I am 5 km away from that place, and it is still not safe. How far do I need to be so I can be safe? We can see those two people fighting with each other." Roman launched a punch to him, and another guy blocked it with his kick. After that, those to crash into the ground. Roman 11 gets up searching for his enemy. Suddenly, Roman notices he is in his behind. He launch a punch to him, but he miss. But that man named Cha Jun kicked in the Roman chest with all his might. Because of that, we first time see Roman cough up blood. After that, with great force, he crashed to the ground. Again, Roman 11 jumped to the air, but that man was too fast. Cha Jun also comes on top of the Roman in the air, and saying, "You are not the only monster in this world anymore." But Roman didn't care. Roman blocked his kick with his hand, and launch a counter-punch. Cha Jun also tried to block it. But because of a Roman punch, Cha Jun crashed to the ground too hard. After that, Cha Jun gets up, and he also coughs up blood. Again, the launch punch and kick to each other. Because of that, they flew away in different directions. After that, they again got up and looked at each other furiously, and launch into each other. But suddenly Roman calls his sword, and with the flip of his finger, he threw his sword on Cha Jun, and we see a massive blast. When the smoke remove, we see Cha Jun manage to block the sword. He shouted loudly and threw the sword in the air. Next moment, we see him jump and kick back the sword on Roman. Roman sees that, and with his hand, he barely stopped the sword. Cha Jun say, "Your specialty is that sword." Captain Han in a helicopter and seeing all of those. Suddenly, he noticed so many trucks approaching them. Captain Han said, "I don't think they are soldiers. Do they have no idea? Roman 11 is right around the corner and you are coming here. Are they desperate to die?" He asked that question to them. Sometime later, we see those soldiers are killing civilians. After seeing that, Captain Han gets shocked and saying, "What are those people doing? Why are they shooting the citizens?" Then he noticed something in the truck. Captain Han's thought begin to flow, and he say, "Don't tell me that is." Other side, we see Roman and Cha Jun are still fighting. They throw punches and kick at each other. Roman also used his sword to attack him. Another sight, Captain Han thinking, "I have to tell everyone quickly. Even if it's Roman 11 doesn't destroy the city, those missiles will destroy this place easily. If people don't evacuate from the city, a lot of innocent people are going to die." Captain Han cursed him in his mind. He thinking, "What does it matter to me whether Roman 11 lives or dies? Roman 11 is a terrorist against our country." You are a terrorist, you are going to be killed. But still, it's not that I don't understand. What if my parents had left me in that way? Then he grit his teeth and moves his helicopter to aware Roman 11. On the ground, they start to fire so many rockets from the rocket launcher. Other side, we see Roman and Cha Jun were still fighting. Roman smashed Cha Jun into the building. When Cha Jun gets up, he noticed crack in ground. Then he quickly moved from there. We see Roman split through that place with his sword. Cha Jun also kicked Roman 11s in the face. We see from outside in a few moments that the building got cut off in half. But they didn't care. They still continue to fight each other. Suddenly, we notice that Cha Jun is not a complete human. He is a cyborg. And his wound healed so quickly. Cha Jun say, "Hey, we should take a break. Let's come back after a few minutes." But Roman strike him with his full force. Cha Jun managed to avoid that powerful strike. Suddenly, Captain Han came to Roman 11 place and tell him, "Get the hell out of here. The white phosphorus is coming." Then Roman noticed in the sky so many missiles coming at him. Roman start to defend himself with his sword. But you see Roman's shirt and pants got in fire. Roman notices the helicopter on fire and it's going down. Captain Han thinking, did the engine melt? In the end, I couldn't do anything. When he opened his eyes, he see he is alive and got confused. We see Roman 11 is on fire, but he manages to save the helicopter. Roman starts running with a helicopter, and he noticed so many people burning in fire. He grit his teeth and throw the helicopter out of this fiery area. Roman starts running, but suddenly stops because he hears someone calling his name. He looks behind and sees a lot of people burning in fire. After seeing that, he started crying, and he started shouting in the sky. We see people watching that on TV news, in BTN News. They saying, "This is the image of Myeongdong over the sky captured by the press. The dropped weapon was identified as white phosphorus. We are concerned about the extent of the damage." News reporter asked Professor Kim, "What is white phosphorus and is it classified as a weapon?" Professor Kim say, "White phosphorus is an extremely ignitable weapon. It's the worst killer weapon that burns human skin as well as major organs and bones in an instant. Class, it's a chemical weapon that creates toxic gases that can lead to death just by seeping into the respiratory tract. It's a weapon prohibited under the Geneva Convention. I don't know who is responsible, but for whatever reason, the use itself is the worst." News reporter thanked him for the information. She starts saying that, according to the reports from citizens who are currently unable to evacuate outside the city, the white phosphorus attack lasted more than 10 minutes across Myeongdong. Burned bodies and casualties are said to be in the hundreds, according to the informant. Roman 11 was also attacked by white phosphorus bullets and tried to avoid the attack, but his body collapsed on fire. It became clear that the white phosphorus attack was aimed at Roman 11. But whether it was the government or the military and police who led the attack, it's still unknown. It seems that the allegation that Roman 11 tried to slaughter citizens by using white phosphorus gas is completely unreliable. So far, the government has said it has nothing to do with the white phosphorus attack. Hundreds of victims have been killed by white phosphorus. We see public opinion. Regardless of who ordered the firing of white phosphorus, the people's condensation and resignment are directed to the government that has revealed incompetence. There was a constant wave of mourning for those who lost their lives due to the use of white phosphorus. Public opinion has also begun to arise that governments and military authorities should refrain from taking extreme action against Roman 11 for fear of future events. All the damage that been done, and the public opinion that this destruction was caused by Roman 11. It was changing little by little. Public opinion began to form that all responsibility was caused by a complacent and incompetent government. A week later, with Roman 11 not showing up for a week, the government under the slogan, "Retake the capital." Large-scale military advances were announced by air, but the people did not stop. After Roman 11 disappeared and saw the troops enter the city, they did not stop their sarcastic accusation against them. Every day, questions about Roman 11 spread on social media. There is a rumor that his body has melted and cannot be found. He was also said to have been severely injured and treated somewhere, or paralyzed by the phosphorus attack. There were constant rumors that he had completely hidden himself and would not appear anywhere. All those rumors flying in the air after Roman 11 disappeared. Sometime later, we see each other in an unknown place. Captain Han eating and sighing. Cha Jun asks him, "Is it good? You still like fried fish, don't you?" Captain Han get angry after hearing that. Captain Han thinking that's all we have anyway. But why did he save us? In Captain Han memory, we see Cha Jun is the man who saved Roman 11 from fire, and also Captain Han saved by him. Lastly, we see Roman 11 is in deep sleep in another room. Roman 11 falls into the deep sleep. After a few days later, Captain Han came out from that room and saw a rail track in front of him. He thinking, "I've been here for a long time, but where am I? Is this subway station?" But there is no station name. After seeing the rail track closely, he realized this place seemed to be unused. From behind, Cha Jun says it's time to get your act together. Captain Han got confused. They see the other side of this door, Roman 11 smashing something. Guys, you know this means our boy finally woke up from his deep sleep. By the way, after opening the door, they see Roman 11 standing in front of a damaged wall, and Roman 11 turned back to them. And Cha Jun say to him that, "I still can't believe this. This bunker is deep underground, you can't destroy it. You don't need a sword, right? Then why are you carrying it around? What did you think I sold your sword somewhere?" After hearing all that, Roman 11 didn't answer anything. Then Cha Jun say, "Did you calm down a little? Can we talk now? The origin of your strength is from intense anger. The things that are calm or harmonious are just words." Then Roman 11 remembered that mysterious man's word. Cha Jun continued to say, "The longer it takes, the more dangerous it is. To overcome everything from time to time. I can't insult your anger. I tried to suppress that urge somehow, but rather, as the days go by, they get worse. I couldn't control it no matter what I do. The problem is that the anger circulating me is going away." He also say, "I have a younger brother, and if this boy wakes up, he will be more of a monster than me, because he is different from me." After hearing that, Captain Han and Roman get shocked. Captain Han thinking, "There are other humans like him." Cha Jun continue says, "I am as sure. He lives in this country. If you keep running around like now, the monster in him could wake up." After that, Roman replied, "I'm only doing what I have to do. If someone interferes with me." That time Cha Jun loudly say, "That's enough. You think I'm scared of you. I just want to let him live a normal life. He really loves people from countries like this. I really care about him, and I am not saying you should not kill anyone for revenge, because it has nothing to do with me. Now kill the man you're going to kill and end it." Captain Han got shocked and questions himself. This person wasn't trying to get Roman 11 revenge. Lastly, Cha Jun say, "If you don't agree, we're gonna have to fight again." Other side, we see all the bullies' parents on their knees in front of reporters. One of the bullies' parent Lee Soo-hyun say, "The victims in Myeongdong. Looking at the latest family members and victims, it's tearing me apart. The indiscriminate military operations that did not concern the safety of the citizens. This tragedy of the worst weapon of murder, that white phosphorus, has ever been banned. We are also saddened by the loss of our children. First of all, we will make every effort to compensate the victims and their families." One reporter stand up and ask him, "Why did the CEO and the people here come forward to make this compensation? Shouldn't the people who occupied Seoul be responsible for Roman 11 and the use of white phosphorus?" In reply, Lee Soo-hyun say, "Let me get to the root cause. It's all our fault. Roman 11 who became a serial killer after killing our children. Today we're called terrorists because of the moment our ugly children made in their 14th and 15th years. And now he's dead before he can even see the flowers under his belt. I can't repent or take responsibility for children's actions," he loudly say. "As parents we are. but it's right to take responsibility for this, without considering the safety of the citizens who have nothing to do with it. It also exploded in the middle of the city, resulting in a terrible tragedy, even though we asked for an apology by dying. This happened because Roman 11 couldn't accept it. After all, there is no way to control Roman 11 who took over Seoul. I made that extreme choice, and this happened. So please forgive us. If I were to find the root cause, more than Roman 11, we taught our child the wrong way. But we see he is laughing evilly and says we have a big responsibility. Next day, Lee Soo-hyun was in his office. Someone say from outside that Kyung-Jun Wook from Nan Financial Group is here. I think he came after watching the show. Lee Soo-hyun tells him to come in. Then they meet each other. Lee Soo-hyun say to Jun Wook, "Where have you been? Why didn't you call me?" Jun Wook say his son, Da-hoon, is dead. Seung Cheol said he would protect my family by evacuating them to the military base. Seung Cheol was killed by Roman 11. Lee Soo-hyun coldly say, "Jun Wook, there are some things you don't understand." Jun Wook got confused. Lee Soo-hyun say, "I have a lot to tell you. Let me explain the things you misunderstood." Other side in TV news. TV reporter saying, "Currently, Seoul has been reclaimed, but the government is still in a mess. The department in charge of handling this situation is showing incompetence, not knowing where to go." On the other hand, the bereaved families such as the Shinjin group who lost their children to Roman 11. They held a press conference to take the lead in restoring public facilities and compensating bereaved families and victims of the white phosphorus. As people became aware of this, a message of support and encouragement was sent to the bereaved families such as CEO Lee Jo-young and others who fulfilled their duties even after the nation's people lost their children. Si-yeon's watching that news and saying, "It's funny," and also thinking about Roman 11 whereabouts. Suddenly, she hears that someone saying, "The source of the white phosphorus was brought in by Kim Sang-pil of Aegis. Funding was led by Shinjin and Goodfield." Old man Young Jang said, "Are you sure?" That man say, "Yes, I have compiled all the wiretaps and the footage that they had on my computer. I'll send it to you right away." Old man thanked him for his hard work. After hearing that Si-yeon say, "We're going to have a lot more fun." We see in the middle of the city all people gathered for their lost relatives. Lee Soo-hyun is also there. He is showing sympathy for them. Suddenly, a subordinate reported something to him. Sometime later, a lot of VIP cars come to that place. Someone stepped out of the car, and that was Deputy Prime Minister Lee Jun-enyok. Deputy Prime Minister trying to say something, but all the people angrily start throwing rocks at them. They saying, "Who do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. We don't want to see you. Get out of here. You all are dogs." They also saying, "Your government ordered the white phosphorus at Rome. You see us as dogs and pigs." After that, the Deputy Prime Minister left that place. Sometime later, Lee Soo-hyun looking in his phone, and he sees a video where they are discussing about white phosphorus. After that, all people get the same video, and all people start seeing that video. There they can see that these bullies' parents are the culprit of white phosphorus incident. Lee Soo-hyun and other bullies in extreme fear. They look behind and see that. All people looking them in furiously. Lee Soo-hyun trying to say, "Everyone please calm down. This is someone's conspiracy. This is a fake video." But someone threw his phone on his face. They angrily cursing them. Soldiers stop them, but they continue to say, "Where are you running? You guys are not humans." But the bully's parents ran away from that place. Sometime later, bully's parent again opened another press conference again. The gist of his speech was this: the recording file was clearly fabricated. The reason for illegally wiretapping is unknown. The identity of the person uploaded the recording is unclear. Additionally, to the person who uploaded the recording file, he announced that he would sue the person for spreading false information and for defaming his honor. And although he even developed psychological trauma from feeling threatened by the angry bereaved at the crematory. He took into consideration the sadness of losing a family member and announced that he would show mercy to the person that sent out the recording, and if the reason for uploading the file was honorable. He enforced his opinion that the mystery person should reveal themselves and comply with the investigation. Another place. Old man Nun'Gwang shouting at Seons that, "Why would you do this without my permission?" Seons say. "Those guys did it all and blamed it on Roman." Old man say, "Is that why you took my files without my permission?" Seons admit it was wrong. "But why were you trying to hide the file when it could reveal their secret? I didn't understand your intention for it." After hearing that, old man calmly say, "We treated you like family, but it must not have been that way for you to suspect us like that. You were only thinking of using us as tools for your revenge." Seons say, "I didn't mean it to be that way." Old man continued to say, "Everyone has a heart-wrenching reason in the organization. But the reason for working together for everyone's personal revenge is so that we never have to experience the sadness we've experienced twice, with the conviction to create a just and healthy new world." Seons crying and saying, "I am sorry." Old man told him to leave now. "I don't wish to speak to you further or else my heart will be wounded." And she leave the room. We see she's tears is not real. Sometime later, old man's subordinates say, although this wasn't the scheduled plan, the result was as the dean expected. Old man said, "Are you starting the preparations?" In a reply he say, "Yes, it is being handled without anyone knowing." Old man told him, "Remember the opponent is the blue house. Since Sion and I are going out completely, it needs to be thorough, especially since it's a rotten government after Jang Seung-chol's death. We can't overlook them using private weapons so softly." In reply, that man say, "I will make sure of it. I will check again to make sure there are no mistakes." Then we return Roman place. Roman 11 make lightning slash with his sword and cut his hair. Cha Jun say, "Are the preparations complete?" "Well, it seems like the clothes fit you well." Our boy reply, "There was nothing that fit me." Then they walked out from that room and see a hand car in rail track. When they get up on that hand car, Captain Han see that no one is pulling the handle. Sometime later we see Captain Han trying all his might, and he cursing them and thinking, if they were the ones doing it, it would move even if they only used their pinky. After that we see Captain Han lying on the ground with his exhausted body. Cha Jun left them and said, "We will see each other again someday." Then Captain Han and Roman 11 exit from that place and see that it's a rural area. They continue to walking. Captain Han say to Roman that, "What will you do now?" But Roman thinking about Cha Jun word that no matter how much you turn the land upside down and make Seoul into a sea of flames, the people won't change. Human nature won't change that easily. They need to know they've made a big mistake to correct it or not. So instead of wasting time doing that kind of work, save that girl who's being used like a tool and cast it away by those Imjung guys. Isn't she precious to you? Roman say Cha Jun words are correct. Sion is in danger. Roman says to Captain Han that he is thinking of stopping now. After hearing that, Captain Han didn't believe. You guys can see how happy he is. Suddenly Roman say, he want a helicopter. But Captain Han tells him why you need a helicopter. Didn't you say you would end it all? Roman 11 say, yay. But I am thinking of ending after I kill their families. Again Captain Han crying and saying, why is this happening to me? Then we see a truck coming to them. When truck driver see them, driver gets shocked. Sometime later, Captain Han said to the driver, I would be grateful you drove us to the nearby military base. Driver cried and say, yes, I understand. Captain Han says, I am saying this because you might misunderstand, but you are not a hostage. Captain Han also asked him to subscribe to the Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel. You can see that driver happily says, yes, I understand. Behind the truck, we see Roman sitting and staring at his sword. He's saying why you chose me. To help. Or block a war? We can again see that our mysterious man is struggling. Sometime later we see he was possessed by that demon. His hair color turned into black to white. In his chest there is a big eye, and also a lot of eyes all over his body. Other side people seeing in internet that the one who spread the footage all across the country. They talked about how they have the original file of the video that spread via text, and that in a group assault case Roman 11 was a victim 3 years ago. They revealed they had evidence to prove themselves and the fact that the truth was purposefully hidden behind their backs. If the government or the investigation agency can protect their identity. They ended the note saying that they'll personally go with evidence, and they revealed their name at the end, and the information leak out by Baek Seons. In the Blue House, Jang Yang-ho grit his teeth, one man say. Currently, Baek Seons is in the top wanted list. Jang Yang-ho say mobilize all means to contact Baek Seon and make sure I can see Baek Seon tomorrow at the Blue House, another man say. But Jang Yang-ho, if Baek Seon is exposed, each nation's secret agents will rush like moths to a flame. There was even a report saying that 100 members who tried to recruit Baek Seon were completely wiped out. It seems like there was a fight with a different nation's secret agents. They will try to secure a way to control Roman 11 in any way. If that happens, the defense in Seoul will be destroyed. After hearing that Jang Yang remained silent. Another place Young Jong saying to his subordinate that, have they still not found out those two's whereabouts? Underlings reply there aren't any witnesses anywhere. We've tried inspecting the underground area the helicopter landed in, but there are many ways to escape to the surface, so it is hard to track them. Our unit retreated because of Baek Rinton, but it seems like those two fought to the end. I wonder what the result is. Old men say they're beings that are devoid of common sense. There's no knowing. However, no matter which side wins, there's nothing bad for us, if we need to. Marucci would be better than an unstable Roman 11. It would be even better if both collapsed. That man got frightened after hearing that. Hey, thinking? Cha-jun Hyung no Marucci, our organization patiently waited that long and brought the ball in. Wasn't Roman 11 also because Baek Seon wanted to be on our side? But it's good if they both disappeared. Suddenly someone came and reported that there was a call from the Blue House. After that old man say, bring Corporal Baek Seon, and his subordinate agreed. Old man watching Roman 11 and Cha-jun's fight. After seeing that fight, old man Young Jong's body started shaking. Suddenly someone calls him and an old man receives the call. Someone called him deputy director. It seems the time for Chung Jungsa to appear will be sooner than expected. Old man just said, give me the command. Then the caller says Baek Seon requested personal protection to the Blue House. I will entrust the escort mission to you. In reply, the old man said, don't worry, I will handle this mission. Then old man command is subordinate Yang Jang Yol that it's an escort duty. Take her out under cover and command it yourself. Do not fail like your incompetent siblings. Jang Yol asked who it was. Old man says it is Baek Seon. Jang Yol, after hearing that, got scared. Old man say make sure to take a few test pieces from the Commerce and Patriot office your siblings manage. Jang Yol say yes, I understand. Then we see that Jang Yol actually is Young Jong's son. On the road, Jang Yol commands all agents head to their destination in different routes. Then they start going in different routes one by one. Russian spy Yulia spying on them, and she says they are moving. Chinese spy Wang Xiaoan say it's starting. Japanese spy Sadamayaj Satoshi told his subordinate to move on. In another place, Roman jump into the military base ground. All the soldiers couldn't move because of fear. Roman say, I have nothing to do with you. If you don't wish to die, stay still. Captain Han starts the helicopter engine and ask Roman, where are we going? Sinjin Group headquarters? Roman say, we're going to the Blue House. Captain Han awkwardly says, what? Again? Then he sighed and agreed. CIA headquarters in USA. Director asked that scientist, are you sure we don't have to step up before securing Baek Seon? Scientist assures him that there is no need. He also says we have Roman 11 kin, and we are protecting them. Roman 11 obviously asked our government to protect them. Director says I know as well. But you know, other Ministry of Information are jumping like that saying they'll use force, but us doing nothing. Scientists say for a step closer in close ties and relations between the government and Roman 11. There is one thing I'd like to request. Director asks what is it? Scientists say ask Commander O'Reilly. To protect the Korean government. Generals say you mean us a Commander General Chester O'Reilly? Scientists reply. Yes, I'm saying to not secure Baekseon like the others, but to help the Korean government. Directors didn't say there was a lot of dissension between Roman 11 and the Korean government. If we help the Korean government, the ties between Roman 11 maybe crack. But scientists evilly laugh and say currently the Korean government is also trying to secure Baekseon's private life. If only Baekseon is safe, we did all we needed to do. We can revive the recent difficult diplomatic relations with the Korean government and earn points from Roman 11. We're ostensibly helping the Korean government, but really getting points from Roman 11. The misunderstanding is the responsibility of the Korean government. We see all the vehicle is going in different direction. One of the cars passed City Hall Square, entering underpass. That car stops in middle of underpass, then Jang Yeol exit from the car. There we see old man Nun'Gwang and Baekseon standing there. Behind them some car following them and reporting someone that vehicle 4 has stopped in the underpass. He also reports that unknown people have entered the car, unable to identify passengers. Now they escaped the underpass with quick speed. Sometime later, multiple vehicles merged on the crossroads. It appears to be a support vehicle. After that signal is cut off, and we see that informer is caught by the special force. In the vehicle, Nun'Gwang asking Jang Yeol, "Can you go there safely?" Jang Yeol assuring him that no need to worry. "We shall escort you safely to the Blue House." Baekseon showing she is in fear and grab Jang Yeol. Jang Yeol say, "Don't worry too much." Jang Yeol looked in front of the car and see that one missile directly coming towards them. Moreover, there was a big blast and car got fly away. Later we see that was not Jang Yeol car. He thinking the crazy people. They shoot a missile in the middle of the city. Are they going to start a war regardless of diplomatic relations of anything? Jang Yeol grab car driver cloth and say, "What are you doing? You fool, quickly break through." And driver obey his order. Then driver speed up the car. But they see in front of them lot of people block the road and firing bullet and missile towards them. But their car break through them with fast speed. Jang Yeol thinking, where are they from? I expected to encounter them out. To think they'd shoot heavy weapons in the capital of a nation. Jang Yeol command is subordinate through walkie-talkie that now passing through the three-way intersection in Yeongnam-dong. It's an emergency. Everyone stand by. Requesting backup immediately. Over. Suddenly, they see a truck coming to crashing them. But driver cleverly moved the car and got out of that place. But those people didn't stop there, they continuously shooting the car. We see in another place Lee Soo-hyun and Kim Sang gather in one place. Kim Sang asking Lee Soo-hyun, "What should we do?" But Lee Soo-hyun silently say to him that it's not time yet. Did we prepare all this while enduring all these toils? Just to kill that one item called Baekseon or whatever. No matter how incapable you are, you should be able to get out of this much. You should be capable of this much. If you can't even do that, the government is with no holes. When Roman 11 dies, when everyone thought everything ended, while waiting until the last minute, that's when we'll blow it up. Whether it's Baekseon or Jang Yeol-ho, all of them. Other side, we see a lot of people surround the car from all sides. Someone seeing that from a rooftop. His subordinate saying, "Captain, we should change the plan." But he didn't answer. He thinking, it's more dangerous than expected. Although it's soon, do we have to pull forward? But suddenly he notices some people going that place. Other side, they still shooting towards the car. Jang Yeol thinking if this continuous, even the bulletproof glass won't be able to endure it. Those soldiers came close to the car. Soldiers start saying loudly, "Get out of the car." But suddenly they noticed a blast behind the car. Jang Yol smile and thinking in his mind that they have finally arrived. Then he commands the driver that, "When I give you signal, move quickly." And driver say, "Yes, master." We see those people coming towards the soldier. After seeing that soldier got frightened and start firing. But those people grab dead soldier and protect themselves. Those people ran towards the soldier and start killing them. After seeing that Baek Seon got happy. Soldier tried to kill them with bullet, but those people didn't care. One of the mutated people twisted the soldier head. She also throws 2 soldiers away. Jong Young watching their fight and thinking, "These men are dangerous. Are you telling me the government still had these many spares? On top of that without me knowing." And he slams his fist in anger. Jang Yol say his driver to move on. And the driver speed up the car and get away from that place. Jang Yol saying, "Please do not worry anymore. We're almost to Gwanghoman. The blue house is now." But the car got blasted away because the planted C4 in the road. Then we see Kim Yujin came to them and say, "Baek Seon and Roman 11. If you weren't born, my precious son Chang Su wouldn't have to die." Back in time, Lee Soo Hyan saying, "The present, when Roman 11 is dead, when everyone waits for the last of last, and thinks everything has ended, that's when we will send it off. Whether Baek Seon or Jang Yang, everyone has to die. After that, we can lift the land." But Kim Sang says, "Probably Roman 11 might still be alive. If a normal person was hit with that much white phosphorus, at the least there should a part where the body melted. But that doesn't seem to be the case for Roman 11. It might be impossible to kill Roman 11. Then I will at least kill the Baek Seon with my own hands and will show the corpse to Roman 11 who killed my sons, as if to say, look." Then we came back to present. After the blast, car twisted 2 times. Kim Sang Pil coming and saying, "If it weren't for you, my precious son Chang Su wouldn't have had to die." He commands his soldier that, without steering a single one, kill everyone in the car. Then they start firing to the car. Japanese spy Sadamaru Satoshi, watching that from Rooftop. He ordered his subordinate that they will kill Baek Seon. Quickly secure Baek Seon. When they going to act, they notice some car coming towards that place. They are Russian spy. They saying, "We will definitely secure Baek Seon here. That way we can control Roman 11. He ordered his subordinate. Fast get rid of the hindrance. Other side Kim Sang Pil saying, "I have no business with you. I only need this Baek Seon to die." And they continue to fire on the car. Suddenly, we noticed a helicopter flying on top of them. We know that means our boy Roman has arrived. Roman say, "Right now, who are you telling? To die?" After that, he land on the ground and cut off Kim Sang Pil 2 hands. Kim Sang Pil watches his 2 hands on the air and loudly scream. After watching that, all people start sweating in fear. Baek Seon call Roman 11. Then Roman 11 turned around. Kim Sang-pil moaning in pain. Roman say to him that, "Whatever you just said, just say it again. Who are you going to kill?" Kim Sang-pil cursed Roman 11 and, shouting at his soldiers that, "What are you guys doing? Quickly kill him." Then we see a lot of attack helicopter approaching them. They say, "Lower your weapons and surrender. Non-compliance will be regarded as terrorism in accordance with the principles of the Mihan Alliance and will be immediately killed. If you accept the recommendation of surrender, we will be responsible for repatriating you to each country to be investigated in your country." Then Kim Sang-pil shouted to all of them that, "You vicious devils, I will kill you all." By the way, he couldn't complete his word. Roman 11 swing his sword and cut off his head in instant. Roman say, "You are the one who died now." Kim Sang-pil, after seeing that his soldiers scared in fear. Then we see Captain Han land his helicopter in that place. Roman 11 jump and come to Baek Seon. Then Baek Seon hack him tightly and say, "I'm glad that you're alive." Baek Seon ask him, What should one do? Roman, their parents are going to take a plane and escape to overseas. They are already flying away on private planes. Roman just say, Sion, why are you here? Sion reply that, I am on my way to Blue House with my dean. Then young Jong come out from the car and say to Roman, how are you? Long time no sees. That Roman didn't reply him. From a distance, all countries' spy seeing that event. Russian spy asks his leader, what should we do now, boss? She told him to wait. She also says, Roman 11 shows up, tactics are useless now. She remembering the past event when president got killed. She knew how brutal is Roman 11. Suddenly, she noticed all attack helicopter on guard. Then she tells his subordinate that, let's first hear the Roman 11 conversation. His subordinate also agreed. Someone is the top of the rooftop. That Japanese spies talking to each other that the Russians won't budge. You have another dream, don't you? His boss says, get the Russians on the phone and see what they're up to. He didn't say, Captain, then I'll take my leave. But Captain told him to stand by. But subordinate replied to him that if we stay like this, we'll all be caught. But Captain say, don't think about returning to Japan when the operation fails. If there's anything we can do, we should complete the mission. Other side French secret agent Michel. Say he is subordinate that we could be caught the moment we get outside. Seize the opportunity to get him. He also says, we're mercenaries from now on. Don't think about returning home easily. Another place we see, Commander of China, Qin Xinchan, asking his subordinate on phone, tell me what's going on over there. But he didn't get any reply because his subordinate already dead. He then saying is to subordinate that. The US forces, Korean forces, and Roman 11 are here. You will see what they're talking about until the end and inform about the situation. His subordinate obeys his order. Then we hear a sound from flying helicopter. They saying, agents of their respective countries immediately put down your weapon and surrender. After hearing that all countries' soldier and spies drop their weapon and come out, and surrendered by showing their two hand. Our boy Roman 11 seeing all of that and stay silent. Beek Sion call Roman 11 name, and say, Li Jo Young was the one who exploded white phosphorus. I'm the one who spread evidence on the internet to prove it. I did a good job, right? You can't just let them have their way all the time, can they? But Roman thinking about Cha Jun word. That doesn't change the world. Roman want to say something but Sion stop him and say, it's so quiet now that you're here. I was so scared. They shot towards me like crazy people to kill me. They were trying shoot a missile and detonate here. They were targeting the car. How many times have I almost died? But now you're here, they are quiet. Why are they trying so desperate to kill me? So she told him to take revenge. She also says, can't you just kill them all? All of them. Then Roman 11 turn around, glaring menacingly to them. After that, all countries spy trembling in fear. They could not say any word. Suddenly, one military vehicle come towards Roman 11. He shouted to Roman that, we meet again. All people get confused. Sion also don't know who he is. Then he says, it's me. The one who translated for you at the Yongsan base. There was an order to help Roman to the best of our abilities after hearing from the mainland about you and your girlfriend. It seems like Roman girlfriend was in difficulty, so there was an urgent order to dispatch helicopters. He also says, there was an order to support you the best as we can. If you need anything, just say the word. No matter what you want, our government is prepared to cross the line. Roman calls Sion by her name and asks to him that, the Blue House, will you go? And she answers positively. Then Romance say, then I will take you there. Jang Yol hair that, and he thinking, if Roman breaks into the Blue House right now, my father and the remaining government bureaucrats in the Blue House may all be murdered. In answer of that questions, Sion say, no. Roman ask him, why? She said, don't worry, I will do well on my own. You can write a plan to grab all the ones that ran away. I will go finish what I need to do. And you also finish what you need to do. Romance say to him, okay. she says. The last time we met, the dark circles on your eyes were so severe. I was worried. I am glad they are gone. Then Roman told American Soldier to take Sion to the Blue House. Soldier asked him, is that all? Then Roman say, I want more thing. Then he looked to Captain Han. After that, Captain Han ran towards Roman 11 to see what he wants to say. Roman asked him, can you pilot planes as well? Captain Han gets shocked and say, how can I pilot planes? They're completely different from helicopter. Then he turns to American Soldier and asks him for a plane and pilot. We see Captain Han just praying. US soldiers say, let's go using the car. We shall move to Asen as quickly as possible. By the time we arrive, everything will be prepared. After that, Romans start walking. Other side, Captain Han thinking. Roman 11 is about to change the ride. Then I, the helicopter pilot, am the package of a package, an unneeded existence to Roman 11. But you can see he is not sad. He just thanking God, crying and thinking finally I am free. But suddenly Romans say, I will go by the helicopter that I came in. US soldiers say, understood. When Captain Han hears that, he starts cursing himself and start crying. US soldier report to his captain. Captain asks what is Roman 11's demand. Soldier says, it is to gourd Beek Sion safely to the Blue House. Captain says, isn't the Blue House the Korean president's official residence? Even if it's us, we will need the government's permission to enter. But soldier just say, we'll be okay, right? Since it's not just anyone's. But Mr. Roman request. Then I shall leave the race to you. I shall go to Asen with Roman. Captain say understood and tell him to move on. Sion calls Roman 11 name and say him to come back safely. Roman replies and say, yeah, I will come back. Then Captain Han start helicopter engine and they towards the Blue House. Sion also say, you have to come back to me. In helicopter they are going. According to our intel, there are 2 private planes that departed from Gimpo International Airport. One is heading to Osaka, Japan. Another one is heading to Beijing, China. US soldier following them and say, where do you wish to go? If Roman 11 go to Beijing. Chinese spy reply, what? What do you mean? Roman 11 is coming to the mainland. They're planned to depart as soon as they receive the US Army's help. According to intel, it seems the people that have an unwell relationship with Roman have fled overseas and private planes. Among them one is heading to Osaka, and the other is Beijing of our country. In Japan Cabinet Information Investigation Office, Director received a call. From other side of the call someone say, Director, this is Murata Sadao. Roman may head to Osaka. No, he will go there now. Director, it is impudent, but I must say something. You cannot allow Roman 11 to enter the mainland. Roman 11 is no different from sticking bomb that may explode at any time. You know well that even the Korean government could only helplessly watch his tyranny. The reason Roman 11 is going to Japan is because the people who aren't on good terms with him have escaped Korea and are on the run. Until he finds them, Roman 11 will not stay still. I apologize. But my conclusion after personally seeing Roman 11, even Tokyo may become a sea of fire. Then Director replied, I got it. I will consider your advice. Then Sadao say, whatever you decide, you must hurry. If he goes to Japan, he'll arrive in an hour, in an unknown plane. Inside the plane, Hyung Ayunzyoik saying, what is the reason for going to Japan? Why not America? Lee Namhirapli to him that America is favorable to Roman 11. If we go to America, it's obvious we'll be sent to Roman 11. Lee Joing also say, on the other hand, the Japanese cabinet is still under my hands. Don't worry. Isn't it good? If we go to Japan with Lee Joing, Nam Kijung say, it seems Lee Jo-yang trusts Japan more than China. Kim Junku reply him that when we consider the worst outcome, if the request for repartition using diplomatic traits from Korea, Japanese more dangerous. But China won't care for Korea diplomatic pressure. And the sight of the international community, rules, do you think China will care about that? And I have many places that will look after my back in China. Other side Roman 11's plane fled away towards Japan. Inside the plane, US soldier says, "It seems they have arrived in Narita Airport currently. This transport has also received permission to enter Japan. We can enter without fuss, and currently Narita Airport is closed. They say the Tokyo National Guard, Aviation Squadron, and Air Self-Defense Force are in combat position. Romans say it doesn't matter. But soldiers say there is one more. They say they are in transport somewhere after getting of the plane. We are tracking them through our government satellites and drones, so don't worry about losing them. In this car, Lee Joing and Lee Namhee of Shinjin Group and Jung Hyun-seok of Nan are together. After that, sometime later, they land on Narita International Airport in Japan. After landing in Narita International Airport in Japan, we see there is already a lot of soldier waiting to receive Roman 11. They are from Tokyo National Guard, Aviation Squadron, and Air Self-Defense Force. US soldiers say to Roman that, "Do you know how to speak Japanese, or shall I manage a translator?" But Roman just say, "You guys stay here." And they obey his order. Roman come out from the airplane and see all the soldier in front of him. Director going to welcome Roman 11. But he couldn't complete his sentence, because Roman jump and fly away to search his enemy. After seeing that, director thinking, doesn't Roman 11 have common sense? He disrespecting our country. Captain Han just sighing. He is happy because Roman didn't kill anyone here. Sometime later we see Roman standing in unknown building rooftop, and we see a tracking device in his hand to search his enemy location. In another place we see those bullies' parents going somewhere in cars. Bodyguard talking to each other that the guy from Korea got out of the airport and is following behind us. And another bodyguard gets shocked. He loudly says, "What are you saying? We have arrived at Narita just now, so how can he came that fast?" Lee Namhee look at Lee Joing in confused expression. Lee Joing's sweat begin to flow. He says, "If that guy is following us, change the operation according to our occurrence of the situation. Divide the convey into 3 groups and move." And the bodyguard are still going with each other. But suddenly they notice someone standing in front of them in the road. After seeing that, Lee Joing cursing himself. Driver get confused. Then he sees in front of them Roman 11 standing. Roman grit his fist and swing his fist to the car. In another place, DARPA. It means U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Someone says director. Researcher from E-Sector Lab 9 requests an interview. DARPA Director Jeffrey Winchester asks, "Where?" And his subordinate says, "Tactical Technology. It's the laboratory affiliated with Warp Drive and Plasma Engine of the Space Researcher." Director listened to him and say, "Send them in." His subordinate obeys his order. Then another person come to them. He says, "I am Helen Griffin." Director say, "What's the reason for your request to see me?" But he says, "Please see this first." Then he shows them our previous Manhwa part. Roman 11's video. Director says, "Isn't this the video filmed at the Yongsan military base?" Helen answered him in positively. Director confusingly say, "Is this video?" Helen then starts showing Roman 11 action video one by one. He mentioned, "You will see noise occurring." We had determined the noise pattern. At first, we thinking, it might be because of the energy wavelength radiating from Roman 11's super-powered flesh. He also says, "But when you convert this, we can confirm that the noise origin comes from that blade." Director got surprised after hearing that. Helen reply positively and also say according to the Yongsan military base report. They said a mysterious fire ignite from Roman 11's blade. And I have acquired the body tissue of Target 4 who died from the flame. Based on the body tissue, the result of matching the pattern of the noise phenomenon caused by the wave of light and energy are from the sword. and they start igniting that tissue named Target 4. After seeing that director trembling in fear and say, "Why igniting something from nothing?" Helen say that fire is different from normal fire. Director asks, "What is the different?" In reply, she says, "I have experimented 21 more times, but the result was all the same. The fire is not a flame that exists on Earth." Director can't believe what he is hearing now. She also says, "The experimental energy wavelength and frequency production created a work area momentarily." Director stop him and say, "So, you are saying that fire is not from Earth?" She says, "It's not something made in laboratory. It's from a completely different universe." After that, Director Jeffrey Winchester tell him, "I will promote you to the one responsible for the center's special laboratory. I will provide the necessary financial resources as much as I can. It's a field far from it. I will ask for cooperation from NASA as well." Helen thanks Director Jeffrey Winchester. "Just also say if you need anything you need in the laboratory, I will provide them as fast as I can." Then Helen say, "Director, I really need one thing." Director look behind and thinking what she needs. Then she says it's Roman 11 sword. Then we return to Roman 11's side. Roman launch a massive punch on the car. After that, car twisted in air and got crushed in the road. After that, another car come forward and tried to hit Roman 11 with car. But instead of Roman, the car got stuck. Roman look at them and with one punch remove the car from the road. After the bodyguard come to save Bully's parents. They take position from behind the car. Then one of the bodyguards ordered to send the drones. The launch lot of armed drones to Roman 11. Roman see that and smile. After that, we see all the drones are destroyed in instant. Roman uses his sword to destroy the drone. Then Roman start move forward. Bodyguard shouted to shoot Roman 11. Guys, how intelligent they are. They trying to taking down Roman with gun. By the way, we see a big blast in that place. Lee Joying kicked the car roof and came out from the car. We see a lot of blood on his face. When he looks in front of him, he starts shaking in fear, because Roman already killed everyone in there. Last, we see Roman holding young Hyun Seok by his throat, and he is already half dead. Suddenly Roman looked at Lee Joying. Young Hyun cursing Roman with trembling voice. He says, "You are less than a beast even if your parents died. You should have died together with your parents when they committed suicide. You beast." After hearing that, Roman crushed his mouth with his hand. After seeing that Lee Joying can't move because of fear, Young Hyun want to say something to Lee Joying, but he can't say because his mouth is torn off by Roman. Then Roman launch a punch to Young Hyun. With that, Young Hyun meet his end. Then Roman angrily say to Lee Joying, "Do you have a lot to say as well?" After hearing that, Lee Joying feels extreme fear. Suddenly Lee Nam-hee came out from the car and starts saying, "Are you even human? Do you think it's logical for you to do this just because of a small fight at school?" And then in instant he killed by Roman 11 sword. We see his head cut off into 2 pieces. Lee Joying can't believe what he is seeing now. Then he looked in front of him that Roman 11 standing. Roman hold his sword and menacing glared at Lee Joying. Sometime later, when Japanese military force came to that location, they see lot of dead body in fire. He can't believe. How did all this happen in just 10 minutes? Suddenly he got a message that they saying, Roman 11 wanting to return to Narisha Airport with the U.S. Air Force transport. They requested permission to take off. What should you do? Director sweat begin to flow, because he is scared after seeing that scene. He ordered his subordinate that allow them to take off. He also says, skip all the standard procedures and send Roman 11 of as soon as possible. Other side in the Blue House, Acting President Prime Minister Lee Junhyub talking to Japanese government that the U.S. Air Force transport has no relation to our governments. They were also being investigated about crime concealment in the past, and the grenade accident when they are skipping overseas. Then he cut off the line, and say to others that it seems there will be a need for a compensation at the national level for the damages in Tokyo Japan suffered. Another man angrily says, "What are you saying? We need to clearly draw a line to show our government and that incident has no relations. The moment we compensate them, we will have to take responsibility for something we did not do." Jang Young-ho say, "Are there no other words from Japan?" In reply, Lee Junhyub say, "They say Roman 11 departed from Narita Airport just now. Wasn't it reported that Roman 11 arrived in Narita Airport a minute ago?" You mean the Japan government sent Roman 11 that easily even when he causes that mess? Jang Young-ho asked them that, "Is he coming back?" Senior Secretary of Public Relations, Jeong Jin-seok say, "It probably won't be that. Since Goodfield Kim Jung-gu and the Deputy Chief of the National Tax Service Nam Ki-jung has escaped to China, it's self-explanatory that he will head to Beijing." Jang Young-ho also thinks that suddenly someone come and say, "Excuse me." One man stands up and say, "Don't you see, we are having a meeting right now." That man says, "I have something urgent to report." Then he shows a paper and say, "This is the reference sent by the Chinese embassy. They say they have arrested Kim Jung-gu and Nam Ki-jung and forced them to leave the country." People get shocked after hearing that. That man continues to say, the contents state that, considering the diplomatic relationship with South Korea, we have denied entry to the suspects suspected of crimes in Korea and encouraged them to return to their home and ordered them to leave the country. All people looking each other. Someone says, "Then when Roman 11, who is going after them, find out the truth, won't he come back to our land?" Then Jang Young-ho tells to Minister of Defense that, "Connect to the Joint Chief of Staff immediately." Defense Minister obeys his order. Old man also says, about the civil aircraft acted on by Beijing, China for forced departure. Block them from airspace entry using any and all methods. Suddenly Secretary got a message and report to Jang Young-ho that their Baek Seon arrived with Deputy Director Chu Youngsa. We see that Baek Seon has arrived in the Blue House. Deputy Director Chu Youngsa show them the way to enter. Chu Youngsa also saying them, "You wouldn't have carried weapons, but we will enter after a body search. As you know, it is their residential interview. It is something I can't help as in duty regulation." In reply, Young Jong say, "I don't care." And then they enter the Blue House. Inside the Blue House, Baek Seon praising the Blue House and saying, "This is inside the Blue House. It's so cool." Young Jong thinking, finally, I have come to the center of this rotten government. In another place, Kim Jung-gu and Ki-jung coming back to South Korea and lot of Chinese fighter jet are following them. Inside the airplane they saying, "It seems the Chinese fighting pilots will follow us until we leave China's island sea. What shall we do now?" When they enter South Korea, the Chinese fighter jet turn back. Inside the airplane they saying, "Where will you go now?" Nam Ki-jung shouting at Kim Jung-gu that, "You said China would be okay. If I know it would be like this, I would have followed Lee Joing and go Tokyo. Guys, they don't know what happened in Tokyo." Then Kim Jung-gu shouted at pilot and say, "Go to Tokyo. We are returning with Lee Joing." Then pilot obeys his order. In other side U.S. airport airplane, U.S. soldiers saying to Roman that the first civilian airplane that you are going after was exiled from the China by force, and they changed their direction to Japan but were denied entry. When they were trying to go through Japan, our American forces in Okinawa blocked their way to escape to help you, and we induced them to sail into the West Sea. Then Captain Han smile and think, Do they think you can do everything with money? U.S. soldier continued to say. But from courier site, they're blocking entry to the civilian airplane. They forced the civilian airplane to turning around. 20 forces of the Korean Air Force Squadron per dispatched and are turning the civilian airplane course. And the Second Army Fleet that departed from Pyeongtaek advanced to the West Sea. The American force are quieting down their return for you, but the situation is quite sticky. It's not even the invasion of the country. It is obviously because of Korea's air defense-related problem. Captain thinking. What are they trying to do? Many people died because of the grenade they launched, and they deny entry. When it is difficult to even capture them with the light turned on. Even if they can't capture Roman 11. Can't they capture him themselves? Perhaps because they might be in danger if Roman 11 returns. Korea's government don't want Roman 11 to come back to South Korea. That's why they are blocking all the airplane. But Roman didn't answer any of them and remained silent as always. Other side inside the Blue House. A female security staff saying to Baek Seon that, "Please change your clothes for the pre-interview." Baek Seon laugh and say, "Is it really that important at this time? Or are you trying to inspect my clothes more carefully?" Then she says, "Okay. I will change, so please leave." But the security staff say we will stay here. Seon say, "Even if we are both girls, I don't like changing clothes in front of when other people watching." Then the bodyguard left the room and say please change quickly. Then we see Seon sit on the sofa. Suddenly he pulled out something from his mouth. Those things are part of handguns. Baek Seon start organizing all the handguns parts. Outside from the room, female bodyguard knocking the door and saying, "Miss Baek Seon, did you done changing?" But Seon answer them negatively. Another female bodyguard say, "What's taking so long to change some clothes?" Then they open the door and go inside and say, 10 minutes have already passed. They see Seon didn't completely change his clothes. Then Seon throw his clothes to one of the female bodyguard and shouting at them. "What are you doing? I said not yet." They apologize and leave the room. We see Seon did this drama to hide the pistol. Another side in Chinese West Sea. We see a lot of South Korea's aircraft carrier. Inside the aircraft carrier, someone saying to his superior that, "We have confirmed that the approaching aircraft is from U.S. Air Force." He also says, "It is the transport of Asen, the one that Roman 11 riding." The immediate cessation of artillery fire on the civilian aircraft and our army flight withdrawal have been requested. His superior says, "The U.S. command requested it." Its subordinate reply negatively. They said that Roman 11 in the transport wanted it. After hearing that his boss starts shaking in fear. He thinking, is it now ruled by a single civilian or the military of country? Even America, the world's most powerful country, became Roman 11's private airplane. He shouted to his subordinate that immediately, "Ceasefire." Then you see all the airplane move the way and give them the way to go to the airport. U.S. soldiers say, "We are returning to port now." Other side inside the Blue House. Someone shouting at his subordinate that, "What are you doing? Why aren't you bringing Baek Seon?" The reply, "We apologize, she is still changing clothes." Other side Young Jong thinking, "Jang Young-ho, who control the land from behind? By Seon presence you won't be able to stay asleep any longer. I shall slowly squeeze your neck when you can no longer hide behind the government. One by one you will hand over all that you have created with your own hands to me." Suddenly we see Baek Seon come out after changing the clothes and smiled. Other side Roman 11 landed in Gimpo Airport. U.S. soldiers say to Roman that our government asked you to tell this. America is prepared to sacrifice everything for you, and they have set up a plan for the aftermath of what will happen next. This is the content the government guarantees. If you like, you can roam not only the island, but also the entrance into the mainland and anywhere in the country. And the government guarantees that everything will happen if you wish to travel a foreign country. Distance protection will stay here until you return. If you come again, we are prepared to set course to America. Then Roman 11 say, I have a request. US soldier want to know what is that request. Roman say, subscribe to Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel. Other side, we see in the same airport Nam Ki-jung and Kim Jun-ku's airplane staying. They saying, isn't it an American military transport? Who is coming out? Other side, we see Roman came out from that airplane. When they see Roman 11's face, their body starts shaking in fear. Nam Ki-jung saying, why is Roman 11 is in an American military transport? But suddenly Kim Jun-ku say, let's go out. At least in front of a child-killing murderer. Let's not appear shameful. Then they came out from the airplane. They are too much scared. We see Roman holding Lee Joyang's body. Kim Jun-ku says, whether you spare us or kill us, do as you wish. Do you think we, who sent our children ahead, will be afraid of you? Guys, they look so brave. But suddenly Roman throw Lee Joyang's body to them. When they see Lee Joyang's body, they feel enormous fear in their body. They see Lee Joyang still alive. Kim Jun-ku say. Then Lee Nam-hee and Young Hyun-seok who went with Lee Joyang. What happened to them? In reply, Roman say to them that they are all dead because they didn't subscribe Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel. Roman also say, I originally had no thought of sparing you guys. Then he starts laughing menacingly. We see in the Blue House, Jang Yeol saying to Young Jong that I have found out the identity of the person who accompanying Baek Seon. Then Young Jong asks his son, what is the result of your searching? But his son Jang Yeol reply that the thing is there was no data, face and fingerprints. We have investigated them all but nothing came out. It seems he is not local. Then we see secretary telling all people that Baek Seon has arrived. They welcome Baek Seon and introduce himself that I am the Prime Minister Lee Jun-hyub. I am currently acting as the President Representative. Baek Seon also reply to him that nice to meet you, and thank him for arranging this meeting. Then she looks at left and right side people, but he didn't see Jang Young who. That's why she asked him where is Jang Young who. After hearing that, all people start sweating. Guys, they're trying to hiding that old geezer Jang Young. Prime Minister Lee Jun-hyub replied to him that there is no such a person. The people here are all who are working their hardest for the land. Other than that, there is no one. In reply, Baek Seon say, it's strange. She also say, there is a saying school bully Jang Soo-jung always said, this land belongs to my grandfather. Now my father will inherit it soon. No matter how much you resist, you are only like a dog that we raise. If you want to continue living in this land, bark like a dog. After hearing all of those, all people got silent. Then suddenly Jang Young who come from another room and say, it seems Soo-jung goes around caused so much ruckus. He introduced himself to Baek Seon that I am Jang Young who. He also say, I won't deny what Soo-jung said. After all I have done lot for this country. Young Jong thinking in his mind that you finally reveal yourself. Jang Young who. Next we see Jang Young saying to Baek Seon that the reason I have come out personally is to request something. But Baek Seon stop him and say, first, if you answer my question, I will listen to any request you have. Since I have come this far risking myself in danger to do this. After hearing that Jang Young agreed and say I will answer everything without hiding anything. Then Baek Seon say I will ask you 3 things. First, why did you cover Roman 11 and my incident? Is it that your granddaughter is precious? And other children are dog, aren't they? But Jang Young say, no, I didn't cover it. It was stuck. Baek Seon looked at him in confusingly. He continued to say, I will say this because you seem to understand, unlike Roman 11. But no land has a clean and transparent government. Politics is not knowing when, where, what will happen. If any case occurs, the country and its citizens will lose its pillar. To get rid of the citizens' anxiety, we need a case that will definitely turn their attention away. Getting rid of citizen anxiety and protecting the nation's pillar. That is how I protect this country. It's my duty. After hearing all of those nonsense, Baekseon start laughing. She apologized to him and say that I can't help but hear that. You don't want to lose your power and money, so you use the word citizens as a shield. Someone from behind say, what does a young girl like you know how to run government? After that, Baekseon say, I will ask my second question. All people look at them confusingly and waiting for the question. Baekseon laugh and take out a handgun from his back and pointed at to Jang Young-hoo and ask him the question that, can you die for me? Then we heard a loud sound of a gunfire. Next we see Jang Young was killed by Baekseon. After seeing that, all people couldn't believe what just happened now. But we see Baekseon asking his third question that, are you dead now? Other side we see Roman 11 calling Lee Joying, Kim Jungu and Nam Kigungnam. He say to them, I originally had no plans of sparing you guys. But shouldn't it be fair? The way you guys kill my parents, I will kill all of you. After that, your family will be left behind as a victims like me. I will also kill them. He also say, I am referring to who are left just like me, and they maybe have to leave a hellish life. In the future, they may be full of resentment and will seek revenge against me. Your family with the helplessness of being unable to kill me because they have no power and live in a shame. So that's why I will kill them all. I should do that much to help them. After that, Bully's parents start crying. Suddenly, US soldier call Roman 11 and say, our wire typing team reported this. They say they heard a gunshot sound in the Blue House. After hearing that Roman got shocked, US soldier also say, wouldn't it be better to go Blue House right now? Miss Baekseon is also at the Blue House now. We want to help you, Roman, but the Blue House is the Korean president's official residence, so we don't know what exactly is happening inside. But Roman remained silent. Those two bullies' parents thinking, it will be good for us if Roman 11 go to Blue House now. We can't risk putting the rest of my family in danger. If Roman leave before my family arrives, then it will be good for my family. Roman look at them. But US soldiers say, don't worry, Roman, I will take responsibility and restrict their movement. And also we will take measures so that no one in Korea can touch them. After hearing all of those, Captain Han thinking, I know I am not in a position to argue in this situation, but I know those guys are deserved to die. And seeing what they have done, even God can't cover for them. But, Roman, what I felt while being with you those past few days is that you don't look like you completely give up on trying to be human. If you give up on being human, then why you say to me in the past that you want people to leave the Seoul city? Because you say if they stay, the entire city will become a war zone. You also say you hate useless people who got nothing to do with this matter get caught and die. After that, you also save me from helicopter crash. Isn't it because you still have a human side left? He also thinking, no matter how despicable they are, choosing their family's deaths is too cruel. Then Captain Han say to Roman 11 that there is no one who doesn't know about the relationship between Miss Baekseon and Roman 11, so nothing big might happen, but I think we should still go there. After hearing that Roman also think about Baekseon, she said, I will come back after finishing my job and you come after finishing yours. After remembering those words, Roman say, then prepare the helicopter will go to Blue House right now. Captain Han replied to him positively. should be at the airbase. I will bring it right away. After that, Roman 11 start walking towards the bullies' parents. Roman say, I will leave now, right after killing them. After that, one of the bullies' parents start crawling away from him. In the next moments, we see Roman launch himself to Jung Hyun-seok, and within one slash, he cut his 2 legs and the ground into 2 pieces. When Jung Hyun-seok see he have no legs, he starts screaming. We also see flame ignite from the cutting place. Because of that, Jung Hyun-seok starting to feel immense pain. Roman 11 smile at this scene and say, this fire will burn through your bones, very slowly and gently until your family arrives here. After that, we see all the bullies' parents are burning in the same flame, and Captain Han and Roman 11 going towards the blue house in the helicopter. We see Roman is too desperate to see Baek Seon. Other side in the blue house, we see Young Yang, whose dead body lying in the ground, and all the people in a great shock. But Baek Seon start laughing loudly. She say, I finally killed Young Yang, who old man can't believe what just happened. He say, why did you do that? Seon reply, what do you mean by what? Of course it's to revenge. I only waited for this day, you know. Old man shouted to Baek Seon that, you know that's not what I am asking. Why didn't you follow my plan? You have to do it by the plan for our grudge to resolve. After hearing all of those, all people thinking, as expected, they hide something from us. Young Jong command is subordinate to come out. Grab Baek Seon and that old man. I must hear what you are planning to do. He also say, catch them alive even if you happen to die. And then his subordinate inject some liquid inside their body. Those chemical make them inhuman. After seeing that, Baek Seon laugh and say, Roman, I finished my job. But before I go, if I can lessen your burden in any way. She pointed her gun towards Jang Yol and preparing to shoot him. But suddenly inhuman bodyguards came and within 2 slash they cut off Seon's one hand and leg. Seon begin to fall. But those men hit him in the chest and throw him into the wall. Old man want to stop them, but one of the bodyguard grabbed his head and struck him in the ground. Seon thinking, Roman, I have something I haven't told you yet. The one who killed the parents who used their daughter to earn money. Is the daughter quite unfilled? To you who moves for your parents. You move for me. I couldn't say that truth. I wanted to tell you everything the next time we met. But it seems it will be too late for that. I am sorry, Roman. Then she tried to grab the gun from those bodyguard. Because of that, inhuman bodyguard throw him down again. Seon also thinking, I'll go fast to apologize to my parents. They pointed the gun to her own head. She also thinking about the past is school days event, where she saves Roman from bully. She say, you need to live well, Roman. She pointed the gun to himself. Jang Yol shouted to his subordinate to block it. Then they jumped to grab the gun from his hand. But suddenly roof was destroyed and big blast happened. After watching Baek Seon's situation, Roman grabs Seon and start crying. We see Roman is in extreme anger. He say, Seon, wait for a while. I will come back after killing all the people who made you like this. So that's it, guys. If you want more, then like and comment, and subscribe to our Manhwa Ghost YouTube channel for more quality full content. We create every Manhwa recap video after searching a good manhwa. I also upscale all photo to show you guys high quality image. Other side script writing is a headache. So guys, there is too much effort to create a Manhwa video. So please guys support me. Thank you.